Hey, good morning, Kurt.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
I just sent you two messages.
Email or text? What about, are you gonna deal with the name management,
I'm sorry.
the usernames, participant names?
Yeah, but you have to make me a co-host to be able to do that.
Well, let's do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess it would help if I start with mine.
Do you know if any of the public commenters have material?
I don't, but Tara probably will. I've been sending her the names, but she's been point of contact between them. I sent you the list for the ones today as well. I've gotten quite a few registrations today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah. No, he's been great.
Good. He's definitely good.
Hi, Ed. Good morning.
Hey Ed, how are you?
I am good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure that my audio worked. How about the video?
Yes, your video works.
Okay, fine, perfect. So we've gotten through 50% of what we needed to do for the morning, which is just
Yes.
get on without trouble. How are you guys?
I'm
Great.
great.
How are you?
Well, Kurt's on, I see. Andrew's on, and there are a couple other people. Mr. Cadelli's on. You guys are early people. Hey, Tara, so one thing that I had a question about is if people wanted to have get on comments last minute, are they supposed to email me, or who should they email when I make that comment as part of my introduction?
They should email efab@epa.gov.
So you'll be monitoring the EFAB
Yes.
email box. Thank you very
Yes.
much, as
You're
usual.
welcome.
So Kurt is gonna start us off.
I can.
No. I just saw in the agenda, but as soon as you open live, I can go first, right? I can just start off.
Yes,
I'll do the
absolutely.
you expecting me to do the cold start?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
I haven't had enough coffee for that yet.
I'm still drinking mine. So, and I don't know about you guys, but we have snow.
Really?
Yeah, about 3 inches we're gonna get by the when it's all said and done. And it's what is it? April, right? April 20th. So do we have people signed up again from far-flung time zones, Kurt?
No, I haven't looked at the time zones.
Yeah, how many people have signed up so far?
I actually cleaned up the list last evening, and we have 230, 240. We have about 255 signed up.
Okay,
And that includes the panel members. That includes the panel members.
okay, so yeah, it's about over 200 people. That's good. I think that's what it was last time too, I recall.
Yep.
Hello, Joanne.
Hello.
How lovely to see you this morning.
Oh, and likewise, Ed.
I can tell we both kind of dressed up for the occasion because I actually wore a tie today.
Yeah, what's that about? That's
I know. It's really tough for me to put a tie on.
2019. Good morning, everyone else.
Good morning, Joanne.
Hi, Tara. Thank you so much for all you did getting us ready here. We appreciate it.
Tara's been amazing, getting us going, and it's been challenging for her too, I'm sure, but it's been just fantastic.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah, we're doing good.
All right, so Ed, you want to do the overview of the agenda, so I'm great.
Yeah, because I felt like it was unfair for me to toss that to you at the beginning, since I'm the one that was the instigator for many of the changes after we talked a couple weeks ago. So
Yeah, no problem at all. No
and then I'll turn it over to you. So I'll do the cold start, the usual DFO thing, and then I'll keep that short, and then I will turn it over to you for the big task, which is the roll call.
Yeah, I've got my sheet here, so that's great.
Okay.
And for tomorrow, Tara, I'm just double checking. You said David Zimmer isn't making any of the meeting tomorrow?
Correct. David and Angela are unable to attend tomorrow, but they will be here today.
Okay,
Perfect.
that's too bad.
Well, I'll have to. Tara, I don't know whether this is a problem, but I noticed that on recent Zoom calls, a lot of the EPA folks could not be heard. using their government laptop. So I don't know whether you guys have had this problem in the past or not, Kurt and Will, in terms of okay, so hopefully that won't be a problem for our presenters.
I
Right.
believe all our invited speakers, with the exception of Rosemary and David Bloom, joined us on Friday to do.
Okay, so you can hear them, so that's
Yes.
excellent, yeah,
Yes.
okay. So Joanne, I will tell you that this week has been really scheduling tough because the administrator had, Rosemary was fantastic for stepping in, but what I have to tell you that it's been just, he's doing international work and he has hearings today and tomorrow. And he has a lot of things going on also because of Earth Day week. Every day is Earth Day at EPA, Joanne, but this is a very special week and special month, so.
Yeah, I get it. So
Yeah.
what you're saying is he's definitely not joining.
Yeah, and so Rosemary is stepping in. Rosemary's fantastic. Yeah, you'll really, I think she is, she was here under the Obama administration and she's here now again. And she's very familiar with not only the president's, but, administrators' priorities. And she'll be able to talk briefly about that. I asked her to just cover very briefly and then, potentially pose some questions that they're pondering, with the kind of the infrastructure as well as the jobs, money that the money the EPA is getting, and then perhaps take some questions. So Q&A and.
Okay. So Ed, Eno Bakar, is that how I say her last name?
Eno Bakari.
Bakari. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes.
The E's are just E at the end. Eno Bakari.
Okay.
Great name.
And yeah, it's a great name. And also it's Lek Kadeli.
Yeah, Kadeli. Yeah.
Okay.
You like Lek as well. He's fantastic. And if we're in person, we'd probably all of us would have a drink together. Thank you.
A drink together. My goodness.
Isn't that
hour
so,
with people in a long time, Ed.
So I did an event, in-person event with the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri, and Representative Cleaver, and Senator Blunt's people in Kansas City, Missouri, actually to talk about their the consent decree, the CSO SSO consent decree, and it was the first time that I had seen my staff who worked on it in over 12 months.
Oh, wow.
We've in person, we've been seeing each other virtually. So, but we all loved it because even if we were social distancing, it was just good to see people in person.
Yeah. I'm so ready. Getting my second shot in another week, and I'm really ready to have a life.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just double check when I joined the call. Ed, you were telling the amount of people who registered for.
Yeah, Kurt just shared with me there about, including the board members, about 255, right, Kurt? That's what you mentioned?
Okay.
Yeah, and so we have about 255 joined, and then
Okay. So
I asked him about where people joined. Last year, remember, we had people from Honolulu and Anchorage signed up, and I hope that's a really far-flung time zone, Kurt.
Man, I love it. So on the registered public comment, Ed, how many minutes are you giving?
We have 3 minutes for, I'll cover that as part of the agenda as well. And we have 4 people so far signed up per day, which will get us those 15 minutes. But, people are going to go longer. So I just, expect us to be more than 15 minutes, just because of the time you shift in and out of video and all of that as well. Kurt, were you saying something? I think you're muted. I can hear your mouth move, but I can't hear you. So
sorry. Yes, I was. We do have Honolulu. I didn't catch an Alaska.
Oh my gosh!
But yeah, I know we have Honolulu in there.
That's awesome. Okay, Tara, anything else that we need to know? There wasn't a submission for the public to view on the stormwater credit or the stormwater credit trading group or the cost of capital.
Correct.
Right? And we're just gonna have a dialogue. And so we have Craig and Ted for stormwater, and then we have all three, or can I just tee Ted up and he could figure out who is going to talk for his group? Because we've got
For-
Ted, Jan, and Chris, right?
Yes, for Costa Capital, I would actually tee up Chris.
Okay, tee up Chris. Okay,
Yes.
all right. That's good to
So,
know.
but I met with all the work groups last week, so everyone is prepared to present on the status and then lead the discussion.
Great. Okay, thank you, Tara.
You're welcome. Hi, good morning, Rosemary.
Hello, Rosemary.
Hi. Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button.
Hey, Rosemary, welcome. And I was just sharing with Joanne. Well, let me introduce you to Joanne Throw, who's our chair. Joanne, you should introduce yourself. This is Rosemary
Hi.
Hi,
Innovakar.
Rosemary, I actually printed off your bio, was just reading it, and you were just one impressive lady. So I am so honored to meet you. And
I
thank
am
you for all you're doing.
so honored to meet you and to be on this call. I will say that my time has shifted a little bit, so I may be quick in my remarks, but I'm definitely gonna make sure that I looked up some of the most important points. So I'm really
Okay.
excited to be here and to have this conversation with y'all. So thanks so much for inviting me.
Oh, yes. And so you have a few slides?
I don't have
No,
any
we
slides.
just-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All
So,
right.
so Rosemary, tell me what your time constraint is, because we have some, Joanne and I, you're the first speaker, but Joanne and I have some housekeeping items, but we can keep that short or switch the order if you have to leave sooner than you expect.
No, that's, you can go through your housekeeping rules.
Yeah.
I'll just say like quickly, high level, a couple of remarks, and then I'll just hop off.
Okay. Would you have time to take some questions?
Yeah, I can take questions,
Okay. So Joanne, I think
but
is
I would say like two.
okay. Well, so Joanne, I think the way to do this then is for me to keep it very short, and then maybe I can do the overview of the agenda after, and maybe what about the roll call?
So I want to hear what Rosemary has to say, and I don't want to have her too crunched because this group is
Right.
looking forward to it. So we can absolutely switch that around, Ed.
Yeah.
You are absolutely. Like, while you guys are doing that, I'm also gonna be like doing some stuff too. You won't be able to tell, but
So
so
here's-
you can definitely continue to keep your agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't feel like you have to change it for me.
Yeah, but Joanne, as
yeah.
Joanne said, I think people don't want to hear from Joanne or me because they don't.
Exactly.
They want to hear from you,
Well,
Rosemary.
how about this, Ed? And we've got 7 minutes left before we get started. So how about we do this? You have to open the meeting and
Yeah.
do that officially, and just let folks know we'll be picking up right after we have a welcome, speaker that will go first because of
Yeah.
time constraints, and then we'll go through the roll call, do everything. I think
Yeah.
technically that's fine if we do
Yeah,
that.
technically fine. So what I'll do is I'll just do a short, the housekeeping, like this is a public meeting, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'll gavel in.
Yep.
By the way, I don't have a gavel again, so I have my.
It's just sad. Well, it's
It's
kind of
sad.
fun, though.
It's sad that I have a rolling pin for a gavel, but that's okay, right, Kurt? It's still officially okay.
I actually love it. It makes it for a talking point.
And then once I gavel in, I'll just say that immediately. Why don't I just, Joanne, I'll say that we'll do the overview of the agenda and a roll call after Rosemary, because Rosemary is just here for the first part of the meeting and she's very busy today. And I'll turn it over to you, Joanne. She has a bio on it, but I think, for you to just welcome her, I think would be great. And then Rosemary could get on.
All right.
You guys literally can keep the roll call. I'm actually curious to hear the folks who are going to be on the call.
Yeah, but these folks will talk. It'll take us like.
It's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
have.
Let's stick to the schedule then.
Yeah,
Okay.
stick to
Well,
it, because I don't want to
if
throw
Rose-
anybody off. It is absolutely okay.
Okay,
All right.
but I can't switch the agenda overview.
It's okay. I don't want you to. I just want you to keep it how
Okay,
you
all
have
right,
it. Don't
Rosemary,
change anything
we're
for me.
good. You're being flexible, so I'll talk really fast. All right.
All right, so, I can cut my remarks shorter opening as well. See how important you are, Rosemary? See?
I'm not important. I'm not
Yes,
important
you
at all.
are.
It's just
And
Earth
and
Week.
and
It's
and the most
Earth Week,
important
and
people
we have
are the
stuff-
people who think that they're not important.
Hey, Ed, so I think because you are more familiar with Rosemary, you should
I'll do it.
introduce our speakers
Yeah.
today. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do all the speakers and just so you know, Joanne and Rosemary, I'm not gonna go through your bio,
Right.
but I'll just say how wonderful you are.
All right, I think we're good to go then. Oh, actually, Tara, are you there?
Well, I am once I unmute.
Yeah, yeah. So Tara, when I am doing, questions, I just want to make sure I have access. Sometimes when I'm running a meeting, so if you're in charge, you have to make sure I can see everybody who's got their hands raised, right?
Okay, yes, Kurt and Will be available to support us and help us keep track of that as well. So you
Okay.
have quite a team.
Okay, terrific.
So Kurt, I will mention to as well that you might be popping in during the meeting. to
I'll be
help us.
on the entire time.
Okay.
Do we have an agenda that doesn't have draft on it? Just if you want me to just to display it while you go over the agenda?
We don't,
Okay,
because usually the agenda is not considered final until the meeting is done.
Okay.
So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That is
And
correct.
also Ed and Joanne, for the board members and speakers on the attendee guide I sent out with the materials, it has Kurt and Will's emails as well, if anyone has technical issues.
Okay.
and just remember, however, a participant has their name listed is how it'll stream on YouTube, so you may want to clean a couple of them up.
I'm going through them
Okay,
as they pop in.
perfect.
I hope mine came across with my,
Perfect.
Hey, Tara, go ahead and raise your hand so I can make sure I can see them.
yeah, I can see hers. Can you?
Yep, I see it. Thank you.
I think we have now about 28 people on, but we should probably get everyone on before we get started.
Whenever someone raises their hand, they will move to the top of the participant list,
Yeah.
Joanne.
Great, thank you.
I actually see someone's called in. I see Jeff. Now he's turned off his camera.
Sorry, Ed. I was just actually.
No, you shouldn't be sorry. You should have your camera on.
No, I was
You're a
just,
member.
I just turned it off because I was getting up to get something on the other side of my office. I didn't want everyone- I'm going to do that. Then I'll still here, but I'm just don't want to turn my back to everybody.
Hi, Jeff. It's a beautiful day in Rhode Island today.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, I'm inside on a Zoom call.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the same. We finally get nice weather, but
Joanne, we have snow in Kansas City.
We had
We're
snow
gonna
here
get,
last week. Believe me,
oh,
Friday last week. I don't know. Some places inland Rhode Island had like an inch of
Yeah.
snow.
Rain in Kansas City.
oh, it's raining there? We have like at least 2 inches out south of you.
No, I said spring in Kansas City.
Oh, spring in I thought you said rain. I'm thinking,
No, no,
well,
spring.
we're so close. We should be able to see each other virtually.
Well, we ought to be in the same conference room.
Yeah.
But we can still have our computers and pretend we're virtual.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I'm trying to see how many people are on. I think we're ready to go. Kurt, when should we take it live soon?
Will's the one that makes it live. We have 45 on, which if you take Will, myself, and the extra name in there, it's 42 at this point.
Right there, I see a lot of folks from EPA on as well, but if you take those folks off, we should, I think we
be
have
ready to go.
fewer than 35 members, so I'm assuming that most of us have joined. I can't tell, Joanne, that's the roll call, I guess.
yeah, we'll find out. But I think we're good to go. Well, Ed, I think we're good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at names. I'm not seeing anything jump out at me. It's missing.
Kurt, shall we get started?
Yeah, we're ready. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, you mean I had dead space? Well, hello, everyone. My name is Ed Shu, and you are joining the Spring 2021 meeting of EPA's Environmental Financial Advisory Board meeting. Welcome, everyone. I'm the designated federal official. Before I officially convene the meeting, I just wanted to remind everyone, this is a public meeting, and that EFAB is a federal advisory committee, so that it's also chartered under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, which means that all of our meetings are open to the public, and materials that we're also viewing and reviewing are also available to the public on our EPA website. And the members are obviously welcome to participate in the discussion, but the public is also welcome to provide both written comments or verbal comments at our meetings. And so many have taken up on us on the public comment offer, and several have submitted written comments already, which are already also available on our website, posted on our website for your viewing as well as the general public viewing. And we do have 8 commenters, 4 later on today and 4 tomorrow. And we'll have those opportunities for them at the end of each day. Now, the meetings are going to be 2 days. We are going from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. And I understand that there are folks who are viewing us from Honolulu. And that means that they're starting at 5 a.m. So, hopefully, I know that our members are not getting up at 5 in the morning to watch ourselves. So those are really interested people, and we welcome everyone joining us and viewing us. Now, this is also being recorded for our record keeping as well as note-taking purposes. So you should be aware of that as well. And then in addition to the live viewing by people who've signed up, there are over 250 people who are online viewing. So I just wanted you to be aware of that as well. And the final thing that I wanted to mention is that the meeting notes, everything that we've done will be available within 90 days after the meeting. But we always try to get you the information before the 90 days that's required. And with that, I am going to gavel in and then go over the agenda very quickly before I turn it over to Joanne. And as you all recall from our fall meeting, do you recall about my gavel? We did not have a gavel. So once again, I'm bringing what's available to me, which is the next best thing, a rolling pin. So I'm gaveling it. There you go. We're officially open for our meeting now. Let me just quickly go over the agenda. I mentioned to you that it's a 2-day virtual meeting. We're starting at, obviously 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then ending at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on both days. The first thing we'll have is really Joanne's going to do a roll call, but we're going to have a very special guest, Rosemary Bakari, who's the Associate Administrator, Office of Public Engagement and Environmental Education. And she obviously will be representing our new Biden-Harris administration, as well as Administrator Regan. We're really delighted to have her today with us. And then we'll get into our business opportunity zone work group report out. And that is just a presentation, and with a follow-up after a break on the discussion of the charges. But between the presentation and the discussion, we're also going to hear from Lek Cadelli and Kathy O'Brien from the Office of Chief Financial Officer. And that work is really about EPA's futures work, planning work that they're doing. And they really wanted to share the work that they're doing to perhaps not only get feedback today, but perhaps it could lead to some future discussions with EFAB. And then in the afternoon, we'll be talking about the Stormwater Credit Trading Group. Again, it's going to be a report out from the co-chairs. For this particular group, there won't be a EPA participant at these meetings. And there's a follow-up with the discussion. And at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we'll also be talking about the cost of capital work group charge and the environmental risk. This is the climate risk and cost of capital work group that you all commissioned last time. And the work group chairs are coming with a revised set of charges for discussion again. And then we'll turn to public commenters. I mentioned that we have 4 for today, and we'll recess at 3. And we'll be back again tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we actually have a very special session with Joanne. We have something called EFAB Chairs Corner, and I think she has some surprises for us, right, Joanne? We don't know what the topic is. And then that'll be followed up with an update from the Environmental Finance Center Network. This is another kind of a regular agenda item that we're hoping to institute. We had an update from them at the last meeting, and we're going to continue with one as well at this meeting. And of course, we have one new proposed charge. This is on the first day, we're discussing charges that have been generated primarily by the members, particularly the stormwater credit one and the cost of capital work group. But we have a new charge that's being proposed tomorrow by the office, OCSPP, the Office of Pollution. Actually, they wrote Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics. And they'll be bringing us a new charge for our consideration. And there's another discussion in the afternoon tomorrow, which will be another policy discussion. Rosemary is talking today about the administration and the higher level priorities of the administration and the administrator. But tomorrow we'll have Phil Fine and Al McGarland, whom you've met before, from Office of Policy, to discuss what the Office of Policy's priorities are. And as you know, they are the folks who have sponsored our charge on the opportunity zones, and also that office is working on environmental justice as well as the communities and regulatory action. So I think we'll have some interesting updates from Phil and Al about what they're up to. And then, of course, we also have an update from the acting chief financial officer, whom you've also met before, David Bloom. And he should be able to talk about generally EPA's budget and the administration's budget priorities. And I am sure that you'll have lots of questions for him for tomorrow. And the final item for this meeting is at the end of tomorrow, which is really just a short update for you, another standing item for our board, which is EPA's response to your recent advice. So we have an attachment that has already been posted on our website that you should have. And I'm just going to briefly go over the updates and to make sure that you understand that we actually at EPA really do appreciate and take action on all of the advice that we receive from you. And this is really an ongoing discussion about how to follow up with EFAB recommendations as well as EPA actions in response to those recommendations. And perhaps you may want to consider additional actions, or you may just say, we're glad to see that you've taken our advice, or not. And then, of course, we'll end the day with the public comments tomorrow. So that's what we have in store for us for the next 2 days. And so with that, Joanne, I will turn it to you for our member roll call.
Thanks, Ed. Let me quickly do the roll call, and then I want to have a few words. For the record, I'm Joanne Throw with Throw Environmental and a senior fellow at the University of Maryland. I am located in Bristol, Rhode Island. I am going to start with Ashley Allen Jones.
Yes, hi, Joanne.
Hi, Ashley. Why don't you say your organization, your affiliation?
Sorry, I wasn't sure whether we were giving introductions or just saying here. Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Allen Jones, and I'm the founder and CEO of I2 Capital. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashley. Brent?
Hi, I'm Brent Anderson, CEO of Resite Holdings in Denver, Colorado.
Janice.
I am Jan Beecher at the Institute of Public Utilities, Michigan State University.
Stephen.
Hi, Steve Bonafonte. I'm an attorney with the Metropolitan District, Hartford, Connecticut.
Angela. Angela, not here. Okay. Stacy.
Yeah, Stacy Brown at Freeburg Environmental Insurance in Denver, Colorado.
Ted. Ted Chapman.
Morning, Joanne. Ted Chapman, S&P Global Ratings. I'm in the Dallas office. I work on municipal bonds.
Good morning, Ted. Okay, Zach.
Zach Davidson, Director of Underwriting Ecosystem Investment Partners. We're based in Baltimore, Maryland.
All right, Jeff, my fellow Rhode Islander.
Hi, Jeff Deal, CEO of Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. Thanks, Joanne.
Sure. Okay, we've got Sonia. Sanja Favors, are you there? Here's something. All right, I'm going to keep moving on. John.
John Friedman, Government Affairs for Suez in Washington, D.C.
Phyllis.
Phyllis Garcia, Treasurer of the San Antonio Water System in San Antonio, Texas.
Ted H.
Ted Hennepin, HRSD General Manager in Southeastern Virginia.
Good morning, Craig.
Good morning, everyone. This is Craig Holland, Senior Director of Investments with the Nature Conservancy based in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay, our other Craig.
Craig Rinkovich, Robert W. Baird Public Finance. I'm located now in Westfield, New Jersey.
All right, from New Mexico, John.
Thank you, Joanne. I'm a retired community water system manager, and I sit on the board of directors for the New Mexico Rural Water Association as well as the national board.
All right, Margot, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Margot Kane, Chief Investment Officer for Spring Point Partners in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
All right. Hi, good morning, George. George Kelly. You out there? No? Okay. Cynthia.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm Cynthia Kohler, Executive Director of Water Now Alliance in San Francisco.
All right. Colleen. Colleen, no? All right. Pam.
Good morning, Pam Lemoyne. I'm a principal consultant with Black and Beach Management Consulting.
All right, Eric. Eric.
And I'm here, Colleen. It's Colleen.
Oh, Colleen. All right. Thanks,
I
Colleen.
couldn't master the unmute, apparently.
That's all right. I'm expecting to say that many times today. You're still muted.
Good morning. I'm Colleen Kokas. I'm Executive Vice President with Environmental Liability Transfer. I'm here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and we are purchasers and redevelopers of brownfield sites throughout the country.
Thanks, Colleen. All right. Did I catch Eric Lessinger? Eric, you're out there.
You sure did. Hey, everybody, I'm Eric Letzinger. I'm the CEO of Quantified Ventures, and I'm here in a little town called Washington, D.C. It's an emerging new town. You'll hear about it.
All right, Jim. Jim McGough. No, okay, Chris Meister. I know you're out there somewhere.
Hi there, Joanne. Chris Meister, Executive Director of the Illinois Finance Authority. We're a conduit issuer on behalf of borrowers in the state of Illinois. And due to the plague, I've relocated my office from Chicago to Oak Park, Illinois.
Oh, there you go. All right, Carrie.
Hi, everyone. Carrie O'Neill, CEO of Inclusive Prosperity Capital, based in Stamford, Connecticut, although today I'm in Southwest Florida.
Okay, and James Parrott, Tony. We'll call you Tony.
Tony Parrott, Executive Director of Louisville and Jefferson County Metropolitan Sewer District here in Kentucky.
Okay, Mariana.
Yes, I'm Mariana Hung Peavy. I am the Grant and Loans Bureau Chief for Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, and I'm coming to you from Boise, Idaho.
Dennis.
Morning, everybody. I am Dennis Randolph, and I've just moved from being Director of Public Works in Grandview, Missouri, to the traffic engineer for the city of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Oh, well, congrats. All right, Eric.
Eric Rothstein, Glardy Rothstein Group. Just have moved from Chicago to Montreat, North Carolina.
And I see that COVID must be almost ending because you've shaved. All right. All right, Bill.
I'm Bill Stannard, Chairman of Raptalis Financial Consultants, and located here in Kansas City.
Okay, Carl.
I am Carl Thompson, Vice President of Infiltrator Water Technologies. We manufacture products for wastewater treatment systems, and I'm talking to you from Old Saybrook, Connecticut.
All right, right down the street from me. All right, and David Zimmer.
Hi, Joanne. Good morning. David Zimmer, Executive Director of the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, which, among other things, is the financing partner for the EPA SRF program here in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, and I think a couple people joined after I called their name. Would you like to unmute and recognize yourselves for the roll call?
Morning, Jim Goff, the Indiana Finance Authority. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Director of Environmental Programs.
All right, welcome, Jim.
Hi, this is Sandra Favors with the National Society of Black Engineers. I'm sorry I'm having camera difficulties this morning, but I am here. I am also with the state of Alabama, Department of Environmental Management.
Sandra, thanks so much for joining us. Don't worry about your technical difficulties. We're happy you're here. All right, and Angela?
Good morning, Angela Brickmont from Denver Water, where we had 4 inches of snow.
Oh, my word. All right. Well, I want to move us along. Thank you. I think I've captured everyone on the roll call of EFAB members. If I've missed anyone, please speak up now, because I want to quickly give a quick welcome and then begin with our first speaker, if I've captured everyone. So let me just say officially, welcome to the Spring EFAB meeting. Just so thrilled to be your chair. I want to thank Ed. You know, he hates when I do this, but I'm going to publicly thank him. Because of him, I know all the members are very aware of this. Because of his champion of our EFAB group and the work we do, he's so proud of our work, as he should be, but he really believes in this and has gone through quite a bit to make sure that our work is prioritized with the new administration. With that, I do want to recognize the people who will be joining us on the call or on the next 2 days from the new administration. My goodness, we are so thrilled, happy you are on board, that you've taken on this role. This is important work that EFAB is doing. And to that end, our members, you this year have gone through so much, honestly, with everything that we've been dealing with, and you've always been accessible. You've been there 100% of the time, anytime we had calls or wanted to discuss something. So thank you for your continued engagement in this important work. As you know, we'll hear about in the next couple of days, so many of the priorities we can look forward to under the new administration, and how we can align ourselves with those priorities and work towards advancing the ball. Before I turn it back to Ed to introduce our first speaker, I want to acknowledge Tara Johnson. Now, Tara has, as many of you know, has really picked up EFAB and just run with it as if she's been doing it for a few years now. She's just such a professional, and all of us really appreciate everything you've put into supporting us, Tara, during this time. So with that, I want to turn it over to Ed to introduce our first speaker. Ed?
Thank you, Joanne. I just want to introduce Rosemary Inobakari. She's the Associate Administrator for our Office of Public Engagement and Environmental Education. And she is, I have to say, a very, very special person to me. And you guys also always know that I have very personal introductions of people. And she is one of the few in our current leadership. Not everyone's here, as you know, who have been with us before at EPA. She served with EPA during the Obama administration as well. So she is not only very well known here at EPA, but very well respected. And also, you have her bio, so I'm not going to go through that, but I just wanted you to know that she will be discussing with you the president and the vice president's priorities, as well as Administrator Regan's priorities. And I'm hoping that I can stop quickly so that she'll have some time after her remarks to take some questions from you all. Rosemary?
Thank you, Ed. So excited to be here. And whenever Ed calls me and asks me to do something, I immediately do it because he is just a wonderful human. But thank you for that introduction. And I just want to start by saying thank you so much, and that I appreciate everything that the EFAB is doing, because your work and your advice is so critical and important to the mission of the agency, which is protecting public health and the environment. And thank you all again for welcoming me here to your meeting today. The administrator really wanted to join, but unfortunately his schedule wouldn't allow it. We keep him pretty busy. However, he sends his greetings and he is looking forward to connecting with you all soon. I also want to give a special thank you to Joanne as the chair of EFAB for providing stability and thoughtfulness and guidance to the larger body for the work that you all are doing for EPA. Really, really appreciate you. And so I just want to kind of kick it off and just say the agency and the work that we're doing is back. We're back to doing the work of the mission of the agency, which is protecting public health, but also making sure that the decisions that the agency is making are decisions that are based in science. The priorities for the work that we're going to be doing and the things that are in front of us is confronting climate change, safeguarding drinking water, and revitalizing contaminated sites. And at the heart of all of this work is going to be environmental justice, which is something that I'm really excited about. It's because it's our obligation as an agency and as a government to empower people who've been left out of the conversation for far too long. And for those same communities who've been at the front line of pollution for quite some time as well. And those same folks suffer disproportionately from the impacts of climate change and are dying at higher rates from things like heart and lung disease, and even now COVID-19. So I'm just really excited about this historic moment that we're in, where we have a president who has centered both climate change and environmental justice, and making sure that it's not just on EPA to figure these issues out. We're figuring it out as an entire government, the whole government approach. So I'm just excited about the opportunity that presents. And it shows that even more why you guys and the work that you all are doing is going to be so important. We have a lot of ground to make up, but again, I'm enthusiastic about what's ahead and what we can all accomplish together. Over the last few months, I have had the opportunity to talk to various groups from across industries and governments and nonprofits to get a sense of some of the concerns around people's minds and the things that they were most excited about to engage with us on. And how we can all, again, work together to be able to do some of this work. One of the things that the administrator really leaned in on when he was during his confirmation hearings, but also now, is that partnerships is really critical and important. And so, stakeholder engagement is going to be really key and essential for the work that we're going to be doing. And in the conversations that I've had over the months that I've been here, there's one common thread throughout all those conversations, and it has been the readiness to get to work. People recognize the opportunity that's ahead of us, and they're really honestly eager to seize the moment that we're in. There's going to be a lot of financial and funding opportunities for the agency, for EPA, and we'll need advice from this board on how we get those dollars to communities in a very efficient and an impactful way. So I'm excited about the moment that we're in and the opportunity, again, that's in front of us. And I look forward to working together with all of you all to meet this moment that we're in. On day one, the president, again, lifted up climate change and committed to launching one of the most ambitious climate agendas in this nation's history by achieving 100% clean energy by 2035 and by setting us on a path to a net zero economy by 2050. In the American Jobs Plan that just recently came out, he lifted up water infrastructure, where he called for the removal of lead service lines. And so, you know, Ed said it before, I've been at the agency before, but it's not been a moment like this. We are in a moment where we have a real opportunity to do some real work together. And we're going to need, again, advice from you all on how to do this work and be impactful about how we get money to communities in a very real way, particularly environmental justice communities. So I'm enthusiastic about the future of our partnership and identifying areas where we can work together in the months and years ahead. So thank you all so much again for inviting me here. And I'm happy to take a question or two.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. Joanne, I'm going to turn to you for refereeing the questions and comments.
Yes, you know, and I'm mindful of Rosemary's time and how busy she is. So let's just see if we have a few questions. And I'm going to remind folks to use the reaction button. If you push it, you will see the hand raise function. Please do so. Chris Meister is clapping, but I don't think he has a question. All right. I don't see any hands raised. Okay, Rosemary, you're wonderful. I can't wait to work with you more closely with EFAB and this entire wonderful team. So thanks for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And thanks for your commitment to all of these issues.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. And looking forward to working with you. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Ed, we're going to, if you're good on everything you wanted to share in the beginning, if I can continue on the agenda, you good to go? All right, so this year we were able to really move forward on Opportunity Zone, the work group. And for those listening who have heard in previous EFAB meetings, we've been talking about opportunity zones. And, you know, even with COVID and change in administration, there are still so many opportunities in the opportunity zone sector that we could really play a part in. And what I want to do now is call on our two chairs who stepped up. We have a chance to bring a new chair, Margot Kane, who is a new board member who took on this leadership role, along with one of our longer standing members, Bill Stannard. So Bill and Margot, if I could turn it over to you to give us a work group report out.
You sure can. And thank you, Joanne. Appreciate the opportunity to provide an update to the board and also to engage in some discussion later today with regard to how we see this charge moving forward. And I do want to point out that, and kind of maybe start with reminding everyone kind of the process, how we got to where we are, and maybe think about, maybe go on to the next slide, please. There we go. So last October, the Office of Policy offered and proposed a charge to EFAB to assist in the area of opportunity zones. It really relates to the cross-agency responsibility for opportunity zones and focusing on EPA's role, an important role as it relates to the creation and supporting of opportunity zone concepts. The EFAB, our EFAB accepted that charge with refinements and started the process of forming a work group. The work group was formed. Margot and I were volunteered and were appointed as co-chairs of the work group. And we have 8 additional members of the work group as well who volunteered to participate in this effort. And our first step was to really start that refinement of the charge that had been proposed by the Office of Policy. What we wanted to do is went back to the operating manual that had been adopted several years ago by EFAB and aligning the charge with our role and really looking for opportunities where we could provide actionable advice and guidance to EPA to help enhance the overall program associated with opportunity zones. Also looking at the schedule, because there were a number of things that were important elements of the opportunity zones related to tax credits for investors. And some of those tax credits were winding down during this year. So we needed to be recognizing those schedule elements, and how this might proceed into the future. But then aligning it also with our work group's interests and expertise within the 10 members of the work group. And then finally narrowing the scope of the charge so that we can achieve our result, our advice in a timely basis and later this year to bring it back to the entire EFAB for consideration and deliberation. And now we're at the point where we have refined that charge and we're ready to move forward. And we'll be talking a little bit about our schedule and the plans to undertake our efforts as the Oz work group. I'm going to turn it over to Margot to talk a little bit more about that charge revision process. And I believe everyone has seen in the material the original charge and then the markup that we've gotten to at this point. So Margot, turn it over to you.
Thanks, Bill. So thanks to our colleagues at the EPA and the members of the work group for participating in some very spirited discussions in order to refine the charge. We tried to do a couple of things in this refinement. We tried to narrow the charge, partly because of the timing considerations that Bill mentioned in terms of the applicability of any advice the EFAB may provide in the timeframe in which the bulk of opportunity zone projects would ideally be funded and completed for maximum benefit. Another way in which we looked at refining the charge was to prioritize certain communities, which was consistent with the original intent of the charge that the EPA provided, but really trying to figure out what the right language for that was, lacking standard definitions around environmental justice and communities that are disproportionately burdened by environmental risks and damages. That is another refinement that you'll see in the language and in the markup. And then finally, we narrowed the charge to best reflect where we thought the EFAB's expertise would be most helpful to the EPA. There were some areas in the original charge that seemed outside of our purview and areas of expertise better suited actually to the EPA itself in some cases, or better suited to larger conversations around interagency collaboration. And so we really focused on the facilitating investment component of the charge and have two kind of primary areas of focus under that, where we thought we could advise the EPA on actions and messages the EPA could develop to better interact with communities that are trying to attract opportunity zone funding. So one of those was to focus on where community benefit standards and guidelines have been developed or not that would be relevant to opportunity zone eligible projects in these high priority communities. And the second focus is providing recommendations on where the EPA may be uniquely situated amongst the range of agencies that engage in opportunity zones to coordinate with communities, investors, and other agencies to help opportunity zone investment opportunities in these communities attract financing. And this could be, for example, examining overlapping of existing EPA programs like brownfields, remediation funding, and how those interplay with opportunity zone sources of funds. Could be focusing on permitting, challenges, environmental assessments, and the like. So those were the two, real streams of work that we focused on under the facilitating investment charge, and we do have sub work groups. We've split up into 2 teams within the work group in order to move this work forward in a timely fashion. Bill or Joanne or Ed, is there anything else that you guys would like to add on the refinement?
Margot, no, but I love to see that the SOP, the manual, really came in handy to help guide this process, because EFAB had worked so hard on putting that together, and I'm glad it's being used. So, but you guys have done a great job moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I might just add, Margo, that as we look at issues associated with environmental justice and urban versus rural areas, and certainly the positive impacts that opportunity zones can have, and particularly from the environmental side, that can go to the community benefits and messaging, and how those community benefits can be defined and articulated in a way that communities can understand the importance that an opportunity zone can have, not only within that narrow area of that district that's being rehabilitated, but also outlying areas as well, which I think is an important component, as well as then how we can help EPA in their movement and the things that EPA can do to be a real positive driver in the overall success of opportunity zones, or whatever, or however this program evolves over time.
Okay. Did you have more, Margot?
Could we go to the next slide? I'm just trying to align. Okay, so here is, I think everybody has this in the materials in track changes as well. Here's the charge that we're hoping this group can also, provide thoughts and feedback on. In the next slide, if you would, you'll see the subgroups. So if there's an area of this to the other EFAB members that you're particularly interested in weighing in on, please feel free to reach out to Dennis, who's leading community benefits conversation, or Chris, who's leading the enabling roles for the EPA conversation, along with Bill and I, in terms of coordinating the whole group with your thoughts and ideas. And those of you who we may have, voluntold for which role you're in, please feel free to reach out to me or Bill if you'd like to be in a different group as well. If you'll go to the next slide, we are going to kick this off after this meeting, hopefully a very robust discussion today, and get into some monthly cadence in terms of meetings for the sub work groups and deliverables around developing our recommendations. We're planning to learn from folks who are currently deploying OZ funds in communities that are prioritizing environmental justice concerns, both rural and urban. And we're hoping to bring our final recommendations ahead of the August-September board meeting for board discussion and potentially approval and adoption. That is kind of in keeping with the ideal timing to complete these recommendations within the calendar year. So I believe we have discussion as the next item. And so, Bill and Joanne, I'd love to open it up. And Joanne, if you would help us track the raised hands, I'd much appreciate it, because there's a lot of people on this call.
There are. And so here's what we're going to do, Margot and Bill, if you're okay with that. So people certainly could put their hands up. We're going to take some initial questions, because we didn't have many questions for Rosemary. We have a little extra time this morning to begin our conversation about this before we head into our EPA strategic foresight discussion. So with that, I'm going to take the chair's prerogative and make a comment. You mentioned the group members and the subgroup members. What I want to make a pitch for is also to keep in mind that the environmental finance centers are out there who I'm making no commitment or comment on their behalf, but traditionally they have been able to help support the work groups, and they are just an amazing resource that we'll hear more about tomorrow. And to the extent that maybe there could be a connection that they want to serve as expert witnesses in supporting this work group in particular, I would just make that recommendation to you to seek that out. And we can only have a certain number of board members on per work group because we get too many, and there's an issue with that in terms of quorum and all of this. So let me look at hands raised for initial questions, particularly about, let's start about the charge as it stands. I can't believe this was such an interesting topic with so many. I don't see any hands raised. Am I missing something? We're just a quiet group this morning. Have we had our coffee?
Yeah, I think Tara just said that we need to do some like virtual coffee or icebreakers for this group because I don't know what you all are doing. I've already drank a gallon and I'm going crazy. So,
and as I look at the reactions button, Joanne,
yeah,
I see what I see is a thumbs up or it looks like applause. So I'm presuming that the hand is meant to be the raising the question. So.
Right. The hand is a raised question, and I appreciate the applause and the thumbs up, but I don't see any questions being raised.
Joanna, I have a question, just kind of process-wise with your advice relative to the finance centers and their expertise and knowledge, and we can reach out to them to find out which ones are really doing some things and have participated in or are aware of or played a role in opportunity zones within their regions. And so I think that's a great idea because, again, getting more information as to not only the successes of opportunity zones, but where things have fallen short and not been able to maybe get to a conclusion or really to, and what were those potential roadblocks, and were there things that EPA could do to help facilitate those programs.
Yeah, that's great. And, save maybe a question or two for tomorrow. The EFCs are going to give an update, and Jen Cotting from University of Maryland is the current president. So I'm sure they'll welcome your feedback tomorrow, but offline conversation as well. And you don't have a lot of time, but you guys are so organized and doing an amazing job leading this effort. So we appreciate it. So I do have a couple questions, and I'll start because David Zimmer, as being a Z, he always has to go last in roll call and things like that. So I'm going to call on David first. David.
Thank you, Joanne. What can I say? It's been the subject of my life ever since first grade, always having to take the last seat in the last row.
I bet.
No, this is really just an administrative. I obviously, worked with the team and Bill and Margot on the charge, and I'm very interested, like everybody else, to see what kind of guidance or comments the whole group has on our charge. I think it's an incredibly timely charge, not just for EPA, but for the country. But this is really more administrative. On Zoom calls like this, the raise hand is actually under participants, not under reactions. So anybody that wants to raise their hand, if you click on your participants, you'll see below the last person, there's an invite, a mute me, and a raise hand option. So that's how you're going to get people to.
Okay, so I guess maybe because I have control here, I have it under reaction. So thanks, I appreciate that. Brent. Brent Anderson, you have a comment,
deal.
question?
I mean, one quick comment, I guess. I think the group did a great job of refining a big charge into something manageable. And I'd just like to expand on Bill's comment about using EFC, because I think they're a great resource, but I don't think we should look at them strictly as how it relates to opportunity zones, because we've got in the first part of the charge, environmental justice considerations and how might they help us out there. And in the second charge, we have how do we tie different programs together to enhance OZ investment. So I think there's maybe a little broader question that we need to ask them. I just wanted to put that out there so we didn't forget it.
No, great points. And Brent and David, thanks for breaking the ice and raising some questions and points. And now everybody is going to be very comfortable speaking up. So with that, we are doing okay on time. I see no other questions. Ed, I'm going to ask if our speakers, we'll always take up the time, but are our speakers ready to go?
Yeah, I think Lek is, but I'm not sure Kathy has joined us, because Kathy was the one with a time constraint this morning. So Lek, are you ready to go, or should we take a quick pause here and wait for Kathy O'Brien to join us? Lek, are you there? I guess he's getting coffee.
All right, that's no problem.
So why don't we take a quick 10-minute break, or a 12-minute break, or a 14-minute break? I think is we'll take an earlier break and then come back and hear from Lek and Kathy.
All right, let me be clear though. Don't sign off, people. Just mute yourself and close out your video and be back by 12:05. We'll be ready to go. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, Joanne.
Hi, Ed, I'm ready to go.
I
Let's
am as
bring
well.
everybody back.
I just need to see if Lek and Kathy are with us. Lek, are you with us?
Hi, Ed.
There he is.
Hi,
All
Joe.
right. I think so we can get on to our next item on the agenda. As you know, David Bloom, our CFO, acting CFO, will be speaking tomorrow about budget and about what's going on in, I hope, with the president's priorities as well in terms of funding for EPA. But today, I wanted to make sure you heard about some what I call futures work that's going on. And OCFO, one of the main responsibilities that they have, not in addition to working on our budget formulation and execution, but also they do the agency's strategic planning. We are the government, so we have these 5-year plan or 3-year plan, like 4-year plans. And part of, as an input into that process, EPA looks at the future and they try to anticipate, in addition to, it's not really forecasting, but this is an effort they call strategic foresight. And I thought it would be great to have Lek Cadelli, who's one of our most senior executives in the agency, and Kathy O'Brien, who has been our planner. I don't know how long she's been doing this, but this is part of her work that she's put together for EPA for many, many years, probably decades by now. And so I thought that they would come and share this work with you. And I know that they haven't shared this work with you before. So I thought, given the new administration, we're doing new strategic planning for the coming 4 years. And we have lots of new activities. I thought this would be very timely to have Lek come and share this information with us. So let me turn to you, Lek, and I didn't read your bio because I think everyone else could read your bio, but you'll see that there's really good thinking going on in OCFO about the future. So Lek, let me turn it to you. I don't know if Kathy's joined us, but I think you can get started, right?
Yes, thanks, Ed. And I appreciate your kind welcome. And Joanne, thank you for making time for us to come and not only join you and share a little bit about this effort, but also maybe engage in a little bit of a conversation to invite the board's insights and expertise. One of the things that you see when you go up to the House of Representatives and in the House Science Committee hearing room, behind where the chair sits are 2 quotes, one of which I think is apropos for what we try to do, not just in the context of strategic planning, but the aspect of doing strategic foresight. And there's a quote from Proverbs, which very simply says, "Without a vision, the people perish." But there's also a quote from Alfred Lloyd Tennyson, which goes something like this. I dipped into the future as far as human eye could see. I saw a vision of the wonder that would be. And this is one of those occasions where we as an agency and we as members of the society more broadly get to look into the future and try and anticipate and understand what that future might look at so that we can be better prepared to not only address the challenges, but also address and pursue the opportunities. Why don't we go to the next slide? So, this gives us an opportunity to step back and look at the entire system. Obviously, EPA is known as a stovepiped organization where we're built on the basis of statutes. We have statutes that focus on the air challenges. We have statutes that focus on the water challenges, the waste challenges, and the chemical challenges, both on the toxic side with TSCA and also on the pesticide side. So, even though our work is largely done in the context of these statutes, a lot of these problems really cut across programs. They cut across media. So we want this strategic foresight effort gives us an opportunity to step back and start to look at the system and how the various challenges and opportunities might work together in a more optimum way, a more effective way to address these challenges and overcome the silo effect. It allows the agency to prepare for future threats. And I'll get my next slide. I'll deal with some of the areas that were identified in the past 20 years or so. But the agency needs to be prepared for the known, but also for the unknown to the best of its abilities. Now, the thing about the strategic foresight effort is we're not trying to predict the future. It's information that allows us to make better decisions. And it's also information that informs the agency's cycle of strategic planning. And strategic plans have covered various timeframes, but I think right now we're focused on doing the next 4 years as we have a new administration coming into place. So why don't we move to the next slide? And this will show some of the areas that were identified over the last 15, 16, 17 years in previous foresight efforts. And I don't think there are going to be any surprises to you all that these areas came up in our discussions when we did literature reviews and talked to various experts. And there are a number of problems that are identified. But also, I want to focus some on the opportunities where the innovations have really benefited and are continuing to benefit the work of the agency as we try and address the environmental and public health challenges. Computational toxicology. This is obviously with the explosion that has occurred in the last 20 years in computing power, and not only from the standpoint of what it could do, but also the cost associated with doing it. This type of capability was developed in the pharmaceutical industries, and as a result of some of the feedback we were getting from the National Academy of Sciences and also the Science Advisory Board. Actually, there was a seminal report from the National Academy of Sciences that directly resulted in the agency establishing a National Center for Computational Toxicology. And over the last almost 20 years, they've done incredible work. The reputation, not only in the United States, but around the world is very impressive. And they've been able to allow the agency prioritize, for example, when you look at various substances like chemicals, what are the ones that should be focused on and what are the ones that aren't demonstrating issues? And to be able to do it very quickly compared to how long it used to take and also much more cheaply. So I'd say this is one of the absolute success stories of an example of something that came up in the strategic foresight as a strategic foresight area and something that the agency has been able to implement successfully. Another has to do with sensing and remote sensing and the ability to deliver sensors in a cheaper and safer way. I recall when we were dealing with the spill in the Gulf and the fires there as a result, in order to do sampling of dioxin coming out of the smoke plumes, we in fact had to fly above the plume and have a sensor drag along behind. And obviously it was doable, but there's cost involved. There's also concerns for safety. Now, when you look at how small the sensor suites have become and also the various ways of delivering those sensor suites to do sampling, to gather information, it's been an incredible change. So just a couple of examples of where we're not just looking at the problems, but where innovation has come and had a great positive impact on the way the agency does its business. Why don't we move to the next slide? And this is really where I'd like to get to and start a conversation and invite you all's thinking. Obviously, you all have some deep sense of what the agency's mission is and how we accomplish that mission, but bring a particular perspective and an opportunity for innovation to helping the agency achieve that mission. And what I'd like to do is maybe start a conversation, Joanne and Ed, on one or two of these questions of where there might be some opportunities. What the second question that I've highlighted, maybe we can stop there, and if there's time, we can get into the last question too. So I will stop my presentation here, intentionally kept brief, so I might engage a little bit in a question and answer with you all, and I'm happy to respond to any questions too. So let me turn it back to you, Ed, and you, Joanne.
Okay, thank you, Lek. That was very thought-provoking to get us started. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I just want some clarification because I have a feeling the question will come up. That list you gave is just a sampling of some of the areas you'll be looking at. It certainly isn't all-inclusive, right?
So the list that I shared is what came up in the past. So we're still in the process of identifying kind of the next set of areas on the basis of conversations and literature scanning. So that's from previous efforts up through 16 or 17, if I recall correctly.
Right, so everything's on the table. Wonderful. Okay, hopefully everybody, Lek, has figured out their raised hand function. And if they didn't, and if they're having trouble, they can always give me some other symbol, something nice like a thumbs up if they can't raise their hand and they're having problems. So let's get started because this is going to be a very interesting conversation. All right.
Joanne, just as a process question, one of the, just a comment on this is what LEC is doing and what OCFO, LEC and Kathy are doing is, this is sort of an effort that the agency and the regions are also involved. So I think what I invited LEC and Kathy to consider is working with all of you to think about the futures on the finance side. So the topics that are, and I think, again, this is, I think one of the key points that on this that LEC makes is this is not about prediction or forecasting, but really about consideration of scenarios and options in the future. And, Ted and I have been trying to connect on this whole area of ESGs and so on. Where are we moving towards on the financing world that EPA should pay attention to? And where it's not an outcome per se, but really about what the future might look like. So I just thought that this would be a good discussion to have. But before I end here, I just want to point out for Kurt or Will that there was a Craig Holland asked that the question be displayed on the screen while we're having this conversation. So if you could do that, that would be great. Thank you. And Joanne, back to you on your hand management.
No, thanks for that clarification. And George Kelly, I'm going to call on you first, but George, you weren't here for roll call, and I'll slap your hand later here, but why don't you introduce yourself so you get ready for
that. And unfortunately, I'm living in a world of assisted living and older health issues, so I'm helping. I'll do apologies on that. Let me, Lek, it's so great to see this. I'll give you a little bit of background just because I think it's important to hear, and then give you a sense of some of the thoughts that come to the fore from my vantage point. I started a mitigation enterprise in 1997. That enterprise got acquired in 2014, and then 2016, KKR came and bought us, and which is a really interesting thing. It was the KKR group from the oil and gas community in Houston that was driving the acquisition. It was their kind of second foray into this notion of the environmental platform approach. And all of these folks that were PE investors are now has started a new fund in sustainability development goals and creating solutions for that, and raised $1 billion. To just give you a flavor, and during my time horizon, kind of the notion of where private equity has gone. And you're gonna, folks like Zach Davidson's are on the line with the Ecosystem Investment Partners, and their initiative of raising a fund in this space. And so this notion of, the environmental movement as an asset class is an important issue. Like, are we just talking about liabilities, or can we turn those liabilities into assets? But this raises, getting to kind of the heart of where you were your main question in terms of where do we think we can go for the next 20 years. I mean, Ed, you mentioned the ESG movement, but this notion of interfacing with SEC to really come up with some clarity. There are so many different set of rules out there, building consistency, particularly on the E side of the world. I think EPA could really support that. And we're having problems right now in consistency, greenwashing, and the like relative to that. Obviously, it continues to evolve. Another thing, though, to keep an eye on, which are kind of the underpinnings of markets, is this notion of natural capital accounting that is really much larger in the EU than it is here. And this notion of what is an ecosystem service value intrinsically, aside, not just permit value, but intrinsic value. And how do we translate that information into the economic realm? Because I think this natural capital accounting starts to get to that. And I think the
George,
yeah.
Could you give an example of how the natural capital accounting is being used to finance efforts in the EU? Because obviously there's some work on the regulatory and policy side here in the States that have to be done. And there's been a lot of conversation around that over the years. But do you have some examples of?
There's a group called the
George, because I have a lot of people who would love to check.
Yeah, I'll be brief. There's a group called the Capital Coalition, Leck, that I could put you in contact with. A lot of it's being used for the negative impact to evaluate how you are looking prospectively at options as an enterprise or a state for planning purposes, and then make a decision based on the capital accounting side in addition to your standard approach. So
thank you.
I'll leave it at that, Joanne, and let others weigh in.
Thank you, George.
George, thank you. You always have such good comments to make. I'm going to ask Brent Anderson to go next.
Thank you, Joanne. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on the future. It's always fun. I'll be real quick here. I mean, a couple of observations. I mean, unlike any other time in, I think, human history, we see dynamic change happening in just about every aspect of life. And that's just going to continue, and it will continue to accelerate. And I think as part of planning, we need to internalize that concept. And I think it offers some significant opportunities for us. Three thoughts to leave you with just very quickly. One, I think we need to take and contemplate how geographic change is going to affect how we might address environmental issues, particularly urbanization, I believe, is going to take, and we will see communities grow and we will see more rural areas shrink, I believe. And I think that's going to create some real challenges. We see that all the time at the board now. And I think we're going to need to figure out how we address that equitably. Second one, and George touched on this, but I think we need to think about how EPA becomes less a command and control kind of entity, which is how it was set up statutorily originally, and how it can take advantage of leveraging, private capital and the private sector, quite frankly, in achieving these goals. Historically, we've achieved goals by enforcement and by, some money that we would take and put into various programs. I really think we need to figure out how we start to leverage the broader community to help us do that. And the last one, I think, related to that is a matter of education and recruitment. We live in a world today where there's truth and there's alternate truth. And a lot of it's based on fear. And somehow I think we need to put the issue out there of how do we take and regain, a scientific high ground, if you will. And in doing so, I believe educate people and also help with the recruitment of the private sector parties I mentioned previously.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Brent. Okay, Tony.
Thank you, Joanne. Just a couple of comments. When you think about the key forces or challenges that I think are going to impact environmental finance over the next 20 years or so, first, I just want to say I think EPA has done a great job of administering the SRF and all of the more recent programs like WIFIA, which really have been a shot in the arm for a lot of folks. But I think as we come out of COVID, I think we've learned a lot that, there are significant impacts to communities, both urban and rural, in terms of dealing with the future requirements, regulatory requirements for their systems. And so I think that there's going to be social impact around affordability. I think, and tied to that is, of course, is the economic rebound of our communities and cities to be able to deal with the environmental responsibilities and dealing with aging infrastructure. I think two things that I think is going to be important, and I think we've talked about this in EFAB in previous meetings, is continuing to look at incentivizing the regionalization, because I think there's examples that I can state here in Louisville. We just acquired two adjoining systems in different counties. And one of the drivers in one county was the rates were too high, so it was an affordability issue. In another county, it's more of disinvestment in a system that is really failing regulatorily. And so I think you're going to have both sides of the spectrum to deal with. But I think it's going to impact those smaller rural type of systems going forward, who politically, there is not enough support to raise rates to where they need to be able to deal with the challenges that we're seeing in rural communities. So I think that as we think about the Biden infrastructure plan going forward, and of course the balance of what's going to be available via loans versus grants, I think that the EPA really needs to think about and look at how we can get more of a balance back to maybe somewhere in the late 70s, early 80s, where there was more of a partnership between communities and the federal government, and to deal with the risk associated with failing infrastructure or environmental and regulatory requirements. So I think there's a large bucket of factors that are going to impact us, but I really think regionalization and a better balance with how we're dealing with federal partnership with rectifying the local challenges that we have with our infrastructure.
Yeah, Tony, I just would observe one quick thing. The president's budget for FY22 was recently announced, and more detail is coming, but there's some significant investments being made or being proposed. So we're clearly taking a strong step in the right direction on the resource front with the discretionary budget.
Lek, I will also add, a couple years ago, we worked on water system regionalization project. It's a wonderful report. And the idea of regionalization, different aspects, keeps coming up as a topic with this board. So again, the opportunity to really help move the ball forward on that, as Tony mentioned, good opportunities here for EFAB to better engage. I'm going to go to Chris Meister, then Ted Hennepin. I know I've got a list of folks who want to speak, and you are the popular man, Lek. So Chris Meister, go ahead.
I'm trying to
thanks,
make myself
Joanne.
more popular than Ed Chu, so it's what I strive for.
I love it. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Lek. And I also just want to thank my colleagues, George and Brent and Tony. Working together with Ted Chapman and Jan Beecher, we're actually hoping to facilitate a developing charge later on this afternoon on these broad issues of risk and how risk is tied to climate finance. And so we just wanted to preview that and then also highlight both, and tie things together, both from Rosemary's comments and Lek from your presentation, that this is across the entire federal government, there were announcements as recently as yesterday from U.S. Treasury on these really fundamental questions of risk. And EFAB and US EPA, I think, are extremely well positioned to address those. So thanks for your leadership.
Okay, Ted Hennepin.
Thanks, Joanne. Just playing off of Brent's comment about education, the science, high road, and truth, I think that ties in to what I continually see as a bit of a missing link, is really a better way to determine human health risk, because we keep going lower and lower and there's lack of acceptance or tolerance of any risk. And it probably is only going to accelerate as we come out of a pandemic. We just can't afford to eliminate all human health risk across all media. So, as you look forward 20 years, we got to figure out what the appropriate mechanism is to take that science high road and define what the appropriate risk is in all regulation.
Okay, I'm going to keep going down the list. Mariana.
Yes, I just wanted to add to Tony's comments. I absolutely agree with some of the points that he highlighted, specifically around affordability. Representing the state of Idaho, we do have a lot of rural communities. Most of Idaho is rural. So we are seeing the cost of bringing a lot of our systems into compliance it's unaffordable for a lot of these communities. We are seeing user rates over $100 a month. Now, I know one aspect of addressing affordability has been the push for regionalization. Now, I want to put some caveats to that regionalization is not always possible. We have a lot of communities where, the next system is maybe 50 miles away. So that is not always possible. So I think we need to think just a little bit beyond regionalization, and also think of some flexibility in order for these, states like Idaho, 1% states that don't have a lot of, so with the SRF program having principal forgiveness to give out, it's not enough to make an impact to the cost that we're seeing. So and definitely we need to dive in a little bit deeper to make economic impacts to rural communities.
Thank you, Mariana.
Mariana, thank you. I'm going to go David Zimmer, then Jan Beecher.
Thanks, Joanne. So just kind of thinking about what financing might look like, I want to throw something out on the table. Professional money managers with advanced modeling techniques, those are the folks that have a natural tendency to quantify and recognize inherent value in water systems, certainly on a more regular and timely basis. And we've seen examples of that in recent years, right? So the KKR, certainly they came into New Jersey and bought one of the systems up in Bayonne. So I think going forward, as we think about this, the potential, one of the interesting developments that we might consider, especially if there's a proposed pension PIFIA bill that's being talked about right now that would allow states to borrow funds just like you do for TIFIA or WIFIA to help pay down their pension liabilities, right? And there is a focus on taking those funds and steering it towards infrastructure, right? And if that happens, you may see more public, and I want to stress, public pension systems come in and buy into this sector. It certainly will be an easier pill to swallow for anybody that's involved in financing this sector. One of the issues that we always have is I'm a public system and I don't want to give up control, or I don't want to sell my system to a private. They're going to rape and pillage my ratepayers, right? So Now, all of a sudden, it gets a little bit easier if you're looking at either selling or transferring or coordinating your administrative functions with another public entity. So again, and I think a lot of this really kind of hinges on whether or not the federal government decides to allow something like a PIFIA bill to move forward. But if that happens, I do expect that we will start to see more public pension funds buy into this system. And of course, if they do, they're bringing in outside funds to optimize operations, right? And you wouldn't expect that this is going to be for those systems that are run well or even moderately well. There won't be, there's not going to be a whole lot of upside value for these pension systems. Where the value is in the systems that are run poorly. And those are the systems that, you know, we in the States care about and try to help. And a lot of times it's whether it's inertia or just a function of mismanagement on local officials. If we get these funds into that segment of this sector, that's obviously a fantastic thing for the water department, right? We want to clean up those 10 to 15 to 20% of all of our communities that underperform. And I think by allowing this sector of public pension funds to be able to invest in the water system, there's just upside for us.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. Before I call on Jan next, let me do a check with you, Lek. We were a little early. We took a break before, so now we have extra time and we didn't have as much comments and questions on opportunity zones. There are quite a few hands raised still. I'm checking with you how you're doing on time, and can you hang with us for a little bit?
Yeah, no problem at all. Happy to. This is good.
Yeah, I'm loving this. This is wonderful feedback and dialogue. If you have asked your question and you have no other question or comments, please lower your hand. Okay, Jan, thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for this great opportunity. I think this is exactly what we should be talking about, and it's just fantastic. So I'm just going to second a few things and tick off a few things. I'll second the motion on federalism and thinking about, you know, what are the units of environmental management and finance and so on. So I think we have to have sort of a broad conception of that and think about, you know, the federal, state, and local roles, especially as cities navigate their climate futures. Also a big thumbs up to affordability and equity. And again, I think we need to start thinking about that across sectors. So, you know, if people are struggling with their bills, they're probably struggling with their water and their energy bill. And I think we need to break out of our silos and look at integrative solutions there. We're going to have to figure out how to pay for network costs for infrastructure in more equitable ways, because especially as we're using less water and less traditional energy resources, it's really the network costs that are going to be driving things. I like to think of both the supply side and the demand side as being dynamic. And so it's really about optimizing in that space. You have sort of have a portfolio on both sides. So think about that. Think about technological opportunities. I think there's those continue to emerge. And I think looking for technological opportunities and possibly even addressing this issue of, you know, how we approach water contamination and treatment. You know, should we rethink our, you know, individual contaminant approach versus maybe a broad-based approach? Again, that goes beyond my expertise, but I like to hear the experts talk about that. A couple things that weren't mentioned, the water energy nexus in terms of, you know, maintaining safe, adequate, reliable services, again, in a dynamic environment. Those are interrelated, and there are both threats and opportunities there. I didn't hear, I'm not sure if I heard workforce issues, but I think everybody's thinking about that these days, and how can we reach out and cultivate the next generation of scientists and environmental advocates and environmental justice folks across the board, you know, working on these vital issues. And then security issues. I think, you know, from cyber to physical, I think are going to be potential drivers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, so Eric Letzinger, and then I'm going to go to Cynthia and then Ashley in that order. And
Fantastic.
then Karen. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Joanne. And thanks, Lek, for being here. And thanks for hanging around a little extra long. Just piggybacking off of some comments that George Kelly made and also David Zimmer on the financing side of the equation. Just a handful of things that we see out there, 3 major sort of big developments, and nothing will be new that I'm about ready to say, but piecing them together in a different way might be. Just all the capital infusion trying to get connected with impact and outcomes, right? It's just a tsunami, and there's capital just lying on the ground, bored to tears, trying to get to work. Number 2, just all the technology, all the sensors, all the data is making evaluation and measurement of goodness become far less expensive and manageable. And we're starting to become much more able to measure outcomes and move away from the output world that we've been trapped in the absence of all the data that we're enjoying today. Number 3, just seeing a lot of private enterprise, social enterprises, NGOs, government partnerships, so many new kinds of B Corps, pick a structure, who are waking up every day, putting their shoulder to the plow of driving to impact, measurable outcomes, and they define their success as doing so, meaning they count things, they count their impact. To me, you put those 3 things together, and as you start to think about the EPA in the next 15, 20 years, it'd be phenomenal to just start a set of work streams and thinking about how can the EPA step into the void and purchase outcomes, and meaning validated, measured outcomes. It's a big concept. It gets the government away from having to pay for everything on the upfront, taking all the risk and kind of hoping for the best, and essentially just being on the back end of just saying, hey, listen, we want to see we will pay this much, $7 for a reduced unit of phosphorus that doesn't get in the waterways and go downstream, right? And like, that's an outcome. What's the price of that? I see all the things happening in the field. Entities would respond to that. I just wanted to put that concept on your radar screen, and so appreciative of what you're doing every day.
Thank you, Eric.
Oh, that was great, Eric. Thank you. Cynthia, you're next.
Thanks. Hello, thanks for being here, Lek, and thanks to everybody else for their comments. I'll try very hard not to repeat what everybody else has said. Going back to your original question, the developments affecting finance over the next 20 years, one thing that we're seeing, and we're a network of local water utility officials, political and agency decision makers. What we're really seeing is the socializing and the normalizing of the One Water concept of integrating water management across drinking water, stormwater, and wastewater, treating all water as a resource. That's happening, but we really haven't hit that critical tipping point yet. This has significant ramifications, we think, for the water finance and innovation in particular, because operationalizing that vision, among other things, dealing with all of the other issues we've been talking about, it really will mean taking advantage of the opportunities to address these water challenges in a localized way with distributed, decentralized infrastructure, technology. What that really means is fundamentally rethinking and very much expanding what we mean by water infrastructure. And that gives us both new challenges, but also opportunities on the finance side. Local water utilities are pretty good at financing infrastructure. I mean, we've all talked about aging infrastructure and the need for more federal partnerships, and I agree with all that. But in addition, by thinking broadly, by reconceptualizing, expanding what we think about infrastructure, we need to also make it easier for those utilities, those public entities to finance things that are out of the ordinary. When we ask our local officials, why aren't you doing more with green stormwater infrastructure or water use efficiency? Why are you finding it so challenging to replace lead lines on private property? It's the same answer. We can't finance those things. All of the finance mechanisms are very much about financing conventional built infrastructure, which we need. I serve on the board of my local utility, millions of dollars for pipes and tanks. We need all that. But we also need to expand the opportunities for locals to do more with innovation, all the things that Eric was just talking about. And that's where I think EFAB and EPA can really work in partnership to get rid of some of those barriers, some at the federal level and some at other levels. But the opportunity to do far, far more in that distributed, decentralized, localized space, that's one of the biggest trends we're seeing for the future. And I'm so grateful that you're asking these questions and engaging in this effort.
Thank you, Cynthia. And I underscore one of the things that you said approaching the water challenges as a system also allows you to find more sustainable solutions in the end, I think. And there are real lessons there.
All right, we have still a few more questions, and I'm going to ask that after Zach, and nobody else raised their hand at this point. I'm going to try to get to everyone. Again, if you're finished, please lower your hand. And Ashley, thank you for your patience, and you could go ahead.
Thank you, Joanne. I'll be quick. And yes, thank you, Lek, for asking us to provide our input. I'm going to just piggyback a little bit on what Cynthia just said. And my perspective on this conversation is very much a private sector lens. I'm relatively new to the public finance world. I'm learning as I go. It's fascinating, but the way I see it from a finance, and I'm a finance practitioner, right? Sort of finance engineer. My whole career has been in finance, and I really see that the way that finance is done, sort of public equity finance versus, or just call it private finance versus public finance versus philanthropic finance, right? There are practices and constructs that are some consistencies, but a lot of differences about how we think about finance and what's required to finance across these sectors. And I think all of those pieces are represented in this EFAB group. But just like with the One Water notion, I think that finance, the way that we have thought about it and practiced it historically, has run its course. And I think that we can't bring conventional private equity models or conventional public finance models or conventional philanthropic grant models to bear on the finance challenges that we're going to face. And so I would encourage us, and you, Lek, in your incredible position in the agency, to think about like financial engineering, right? How do we think completely differently about how we engineer our capital so that it meets the things that we're trying to do that go beyond the built infrastructure, as was just said, because that the whole sort of built infrastructure with predictable cash flows and collateralized assets that's just a piece of the puzzle if we want to really solve our water and other environmental problems. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yes, thank you, Ashley. There's so much passion here, Lek. There's so much expertise. I'm so glad you tapped us. Carrie, thanks. Go ahead.
Wow, yes, and very exciting to follow everybody, including you, Ashley, and your passion. A couple things I want to lift up and then add in. So I feel like we're in this moment of a new era of public-private partnership and uncommon allies, all focused, or the potential to be focused and mobilize impact, particularly in the communities that need it most. There are lots of flavors of that all across the country. So I do think the ESG movement is one that we should be trying to figure out how to harness and direct away from greenwashing into specific, tangible, measurable impact, something that we can absolutely do in this arena because there is tangible, measurable impact. I love what Eric said about performance-based financing structures. You're seeing that in the energy world a little bit, California, other states dabbling with this in terms of buying outcomes as it relates to load management and other things like that. The focus on cost burdens, water, energy, housing, health cost burdens, and integrated solutions. One example I want to give of uncommon allies relates to, and was unlocked due to the Affordable Care Act. You're seeing health systems invest in green and healthy homes models and affordable housing models because they're seeing the impacts on their own health expenditures. So that's, an example of perhaps thinking about water, energy, housing, health impacts together. And can you bring a health system to the table to fund a piece along with other, financing. So it comes down to kind of integrated blended finance solutions, as Ashley talked about, financial engineering, and ultimately in a way that you can attract institutional capital, but a lot of innovation has to happen in primary markets before you can unlock that institutional capital. I think there's a lot of work ahead of us, but it's an exciting time.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Carrie. All right, Craig, and then Zach.
Wow, I am so honored to be a part of this board. We have such incredibly smart, forward thinkers. And like, thank you so much for stimulating this conversation. So I will try not to repeat anything that's been said so far. A lot of what we've been talking about is, purchasing of outcomes, integrating a variety of different, regulatory structures under different, financing structures. And I think one thing that we need to be mindful of is that that's going to create a very different role for government to be able to procure these types of outcomes and administer the markets in a way that brings capital to the table and allows capital to position itself to the best environmental and community benefit. So I just want to throw out there that EPA could certainly be playing a role in helping state and local governments more efficiently administer markets, get these markets set up, and position themselves to be able to take advantage of this deluge of capital and interest in building a more equitable and environmentally friendly future. So the second piece I want to talk about is technology. So technology is, in the environmental space, is moving much faster than the regulatory apparatus can keep up. And on the procurement side, it's been, I think, very challenging for a lot of promising technologies to basically be included, particularly when they can prove outcomes, when they can prove benefit, be able to be included in more traditional activities that get procured by state and local governments for compliance activities. So to the degree that EPA can help to improve the process of evaluating technologies at the pace in which they are being developed and can be delivered would be really beneficial. And the last thing I will say is, technology is also improving our ability to communicate with one another and really democratizing who is part of the conversation. So on the front of equity and environmental justice, I would really like to see ways in which, from the federal government all the way down, we can improve access to the voices that are part of the conversation in setting regulation and setting policy and in structuring some of these markets, particularly those that will both benefit or be potentially harmed by decisions being made within the political process. So thanks again for your time.
Thanks, Craig. And our administrator has spoken very powerfully about the importance of engaging a broader set of voices in our mission. So I think that'll be reflected increasingly as we go forward. And it's an important, some of the solutions, this won't surprise you if I say this, not all solutions come out of Washington. Actually, just the opposite. There are a lot of great solutions and innovations that come from your communities. So how do we bring that into the conversation more effectively? On the technology side, the environmental enterprise is largely a delegated enterprise to the states. And I know the one area where I do have a little experience has to do with how do you introduce innovations in the water sector when you have the state of Kentucky, the state of Ohio, for example, have different approaches and have different requirements, and you'd have these technologies impacting communities that share the river, the Ohio River, as an example. So there are much greater opportunities, and there are, some of it is the constraints we find ourselves as an agency. So there needs to be room for that innovation and that flexibility that the states and localities take full advantage of. Thanks, Craig.
So Zach, I'm going to let you have the last comment.
Wow, I'm honored. Honestly, this is a fantastic conversation. What an incredible community to be a part of. I think that we're in a really exciting moment, in particular where private capital, as we've been talking for a while, is excited to take the risk of creating public goods and public outcomes. And so I think that might be a really important role for the EPA to help structure a conversation about what are these outcomes, what are the units that we're trying to achieve. Because once we know those units, then there can be a race to generate them as efficiently as possible, lowering cost, and then also creating the opportunity where the risk of generating these outcomes is borne by the private sector. Private sector capital is excited about public outcomes because of the need for these benefits, but also the perceived market size here. I mean, we're talking about an infinite national challenge. And so I think that's why it's an unknown at this point where we as a community can be benefiting each other's goals. But I think for the EPA to lead the conversation about distinct outcomes and helping states create these markets, as Craig was saying, is really exciting. And we're here to just bounce ideas together. I think that's the incredible thing about this community, is that we all have really interesting ideas and lived experiences of what works and what doesn't. So thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. And Lek, I'll just say as we wrap up this conversation, thinking about the ideas you heard, such great, wonderful feedback. I hope that you'll take back to the administration and consider, but it all happens with additional capacity on the ground, right? We can come up with these ideas, but thinking through the opportunity to enhance the capacity at the local level to really follow through on some of these innovative solutions and these ideas is also key. And thinking about a plug on some of my expertise, thinking about climate finance, once you do the planning, you've got to figure out how to incorporate how to pay for some of these activities within the plan. And that comes with that assistance to move communities forward beyond the plan. And, finance is a big part of that. It's often excluded from any type of climate resilience planning effort. So, there's such a big opportunity moving forward that communities of all different sizes just aren't taking advantage of, or they're not aware of, and they need access to. So with all of this great information, we continue to be able to interact with you and your team and provide the feedback and guidance you need, because this is the best EPA board you have. So with that, I'm going to turn it back.
Today, and at this moment, I'll agree with you. How's that, Joe?
That's perfect. That's perfect. Like, thank you so much. And you indulged us by listening to all our great comments. So Ed.
So Joanne, I will, before Lek leaves, I will just offer up that I will follow up with Lek and Kathy, because I think this is sort of, this presentation was intended to share with you what Lek and folks in OCFO are doing. But I know that OCFO is considering a broader engagement with different groups to get more feedback as well. So I'll follow up with Lek to see if there's any kind of a follow-up to many of the suggestions that you've offered, that perhaps they may want to come back and ask you for a specific kind of advice on a specific topic that's been offered up. But I think we could only assess that after we kind of review the transcript and have Lek and his folks think about that. So I hope you're okay with that, Lek, just a follow-up discussion. And then,
yeah, that'd be great, Ed. I appreciate it. And thank you again for your hospitality and the invite.
Well, we really appreciate you coming. And, I was saying to Joanne that before we started, that had this been a in-person meeting, I'm sure everyone on the board I know would have really enjoyed some social engagement with you, because Lek has many things that he does other than just the strategic foresight work. So. Well,
Ed, then I would have had to step out of my short pants and put on some long pants that would have been more appropriate for. I'll tell you all a quick story. When I worked in the Office of Research and Development, and we have laboratories across the country, one of the places we have a lab is Gulf Breeze, Florida. And the director always sat when we do video conference like this. He would always sit at the meetings with his team around the table. I'd heard a rumor about what was going on, and I finally said, could you all just stand up for me for a moment? Shirt and tie, jacket, and they were wearing their shorts and flops, and stuff anyway.
Well, actually, that's Lek. I could tell that that's where he's going. Hey, Lek, we really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the meeting and a productive meeting.
Bye. Thank you so much. All right, Ed, let's put
Joanne, I
time
think
back.
we're caught up, and I think we still have a few minutes. And while this was going on, I think Bill Stannard pinged me and said that, asked whether or not there was somebody from EPA still on the line to provide some additional context or feedback about the opportunity zone charge. I think we didn't get to that.
Right.
So if you are okay with that, we could do that very quickly. I believe Michelle Mandalay is still online, and if you're okay with that, she could provide some feedback and go from there.
Yeah, I'm more than okay. That's perfect, because we did have our break, and so I'll make people just sit and be patient. So that's important to get that feedback. So,
and I'm glad that people were engaged. All of you. I hope that was a useful session, because I thought that we were all suffering from Zoom fatigue, and I hear that it could be a diagnosis soon officially. But anyway, Michelle, are you still online? If you are, if you could join us, that would be great.
Hi, Ed and Joanne. Yes, I'm on.
Hello, Michelle. You have the microphone now.
Okay, great. Well, my name is Michelle Madeley. I'm in the Office of Community Revitalization within the Office of Policy, and it's been a real pleasure to get to know the EFAB working group working on the Opportunity Zone charge. And I really appreciate how the group coalesced and kind of took our initial input and sort of the iterations of the initial charge and kind of honed in on that nexus of the EFAB's expertise and alignment and sort of the timeliness of it. So I think I speak for my other colleagues from EPA who are also a part of the working group in the regions, John Grosshans and Dave Doyle and Josh Tapp, that we're really excited to see what comes out of this facilitating investment charge. And just hearing some of the last part of the discussion, there is this evergreen part that we're really excited to learn more about, not just the usage of the Opportunity Zone designation and the Opportunity Zone tax incentive, but sort of facilitating that kind of investment in communities that have environmental justice concerns, rural, urban, and beyond. So very excited to learn more about the community benefits and then just sort of the application and alignment with other programs. Is there anything else? Any questions?
Well, Michelle, just hold on a second and let me see. I'm going to check with Bill and the team there if they have any questions or comments while I've got you on the line here.
Sure.
Any raised hands? Bill, what do you think? Margot?
Michelle, I really appreciate your comments, particularly on the evergreen aspect of this, because we know tax things come and tax things go, but really how can we facilitate a real impact outside of just relying solely on the tax benefit issues to promote the positive outcomes that can happen. So appreciate that. And Margot, I think, do you have any questions of Michelle or just any issues you'd like to raise?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Michelle, for your feedback. I think the only ongoing conversation where it'd be helpful to be in regular communication as we develop our advice is any ongoing clarity around how the EPA defines communities that are high priority from an environmental justice standpoint. We put a lot of language in the charge, that we borrowed from various EPA publications to try to get at the communities that we're trying to help with these recommendations, but they're and of course looked at the EJ screen and the like, but there doesn't seem to be a standard definition. And I don't know if that's something that EPA is working on or not, but it would be helpful to understand where the agency's thoughts in that direction are going.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll start with just sort of the basic that I think we are in communication about, and you've seen EJ screen that, and communities define themselves. And so we're not at EPA going to define an environmental justice community. And yet we can use EJ screen and other tools to identify where those concerns may be happening, and, low income communities of color and Indigenous communities. So I think the other piece that I can offer is, we can certainly bring in some experts from the Office of Environmental Justice and my colleagues there to kind of talk about what other initiatives might be going on that could be relevant to that conversation and that question.
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Any other members of that work group want to ask any questions? All right, seeing none, no hands are raised. Michelle, thank you very much. I hope you have a few minutes to stay with us this afternoon and listen into some of the other discussions. I need to do a check with everyone. We are doing pretty well on time. We could either take another quick break, and usually when we're in a room together, I can, basically gauge the room, but at this point, no one's bouncing in their chair too much. Do we continue on? Give me a thumbs up, or do you want a quick break, or do you continue on? So first, quick break.
Joanne, how about a compromise, which is we're 20 minutes ahead, it looks like, according to the agenda. So why don't we
take a break?
Offer like a 10-minute break, and if we're still ahead, we still have 10 minutes of buffer.
Okay, does that work for everybody? Let me give you a time, because 10 minutes sometimes goes to 15. So I'm gonna give you till 1/4 folks, and come back on again. Do not close out, just mute and stop video.
Hello, Joanne.
Hi, Ed, I'm here.
Okay, we're back.
All right.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you for the stormwater credit trading work group report out and discussion.
Okay, let me do a quick check. Give everybody at least one more minute to get back online. Okay. Oh, there they all are. Such a good looking crowd. All right, ready to go. All right, we are covering the stormwater credit trading work group report out, and I'm wondering, Craig, do you want to start first, or Ted Hennepin? Which one wants to go first?
I was good. Go ahead, Ted.
It's Craig.
All right, Craig, you're it. Go ahead.
All right, thanks everyone. All right, well, first I just want to say, as Joanne said at the start of the meeting, I really want to thank Tara Johnson for all the work that she's been doing to support EFAB and this charge. She's been assisting Ted and I to find a sponsor with an EPA to support and help shape this work. So with Tara's help, Ted, Tara, and I spoke with Heather Goss and Rachel Urban in the Office of Water last week. And Heather and Rachel confirmed EFAB is well positioned to provide advice to the agency on best practices in off-site stormwater management. And that term's important. I'll get to that in a second. And this is a slight departure from our draft charge, which really focused on providing permit writers standardized language to set up post-construction stormwater ordinance trading for both private and public landowners. And according to Heather and Rachel, the timing is really ripe to assist EPA. The Office of Wastewater Management Stormwater Program is working on developing more outreach, which will likely include a web page with definitions, terminology, case studies, documents, et cetera, on offsite stormwater management. And again, according to Heather, the program intends to clarify some consistent terms and boundaries. For example, how offsite stormwater management is distinct from water quality trading and 404 mitigation activities. So because this work is ongoing, Heather suggested waiting to initiate an EFAB project until they're able to publish their initial products, which they're working to finalize a schedule around this spring. So with that said, I thought it would be good to remind everyone as to why we chose to pursue this charge, particularly for the new members of EFAB. Using market-based approaches to provide flexibility to stormwater permit holders can reduce costs of compliance, one of our objectives as a board, and to drive incentives for the construction of green infrastructure on public and private property, particularly in areas of a municipality that are not experiencing development or redevelopment pressure, but may have stormwater management needs. So following the successful implementation of the Washington, D.C. Stormwater Retention Credit Program, which we spoke about quite a bit at our last meeting, and the interest in replicating that program from various municipalities around the country, we felt it would be helpful for EPA to play a more direct role in developing standardized language within an NPDES permit writing process around market-based approaches to stormwater management compliance. Heather and Rachel's insight was that many MS4 permittees are already permitted to have flexibility to structure offsite stormwater management programs, but that questions remain about how to structure a successful program, as each structure tends to be unique to the circumstances of that permittee and negotiated on a state-by-state basis. So the conclusion from the Office of Water is that, again, EFAB is well positioned to provide insight on how to develop effective guidelines for an offsite stormwater management program. This may include best practices in program structuring, considerations for various actors within a program, tools to encourage new market participants, and advice on how to achieve environmental justice outcomes, among others. And they suggested several options for EFAB to engage. And these all have some overlap, but the first could be a written report that provides advice to state agencies and municipalities on how to structure environmentally beneficial offsite programs. The second, listening sessions among various stakeholders to who are interested in creating markets, but have some perceived market-related challenges to adopting these types of approaches. And then the third would be convening an expert panel of municipal and private sector leaders that have successfully implemented and or participated in offsite management programs throughout the US, which obviously can be done, and any one of these can be done in conjunction with one another and could lead to various products, webinars, written reports, etc. The last thing I want to say is I've been representing, in many ways, the Office of Water's position on this. So Heather and Rachel send their regrets that they couldn't make it today to communicate these insights to the board directly. Though Ted and I were hoping we could use this time to discuss whether, given this feedback from the Office of Water, we should continue to pursue refinement of this charge, move to other matters of business, et cetera. And I'm really open to any and all suggestions. So Ted, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add.
And Craig, I don't know that we rolled back and explained again for the newer members that this is a EFAB generated charge, and we really didn't have an EPA sponsor. So typically you've got a sponsor client from EPA that brings it to EFAB. This is the first one we've taken this direction. And it took a while, and maybe this is a lesson learned, it took a while to land on and find and identify the appropriate EPA interested party. And so that's one of the reasons, we're coming to you and basically saying, hey, we've got to wave off maybe and take a little more time. And I think the lesson learned for future EFAB generated charges is spend a little more time up front maybe and find that EPA client connection. We would have saved potentially a little bit of time and had them here at the table and been able to go deeper dive on that. And the last thing I want to add, Craig pointed out, largely this is state-driven MS4 type things, but they both pointed out it's a bit of a wild west with MS4 permit holders actually defining whether or not they allow the programs within their own permitted jurisdiction. So it gets even smaller, and there's no standardized guidance on offsite stormwater. So they were right on the mark with, hey, we're interested, we're getting ready to develop and come out with some of this, and we think it would make it easier on MS4 permit holders as well as people trying to develop within MS4 permitted communities. So a lot of things in there, I think, wrapped up that could be beneficial.
Thanks, Ted. And also charge when there's an administration transition.
Right. I was going to say that it doesn't always take this long, but we've had some difficult circumstances in which we were trying to move this forward. In the past, we had a lead service line replacement project that was generated by EFAB, and we had quite a bit of quick support from EPA. So it is timing as well. I'm going to take some questions because I think we're going to have a good dialogue about this one. But Craig, am I okay to take some questions and comments? All right. David Zimmer.
Thanks, Joanne. So I had spoken a little bit already to Craig about this, and as the financing side of the SRF program for New Jersey, I have a lot of interest, and I've had a lot of interest in this, really going back about 6 months ago, when Ted and Craig really started promoting this to our group. And so I'm going to do a little bit of a student body left, not so focused on MS4s, but focused on CSOs, right? So I look at, and this was a conversation that I had with Craig, I'm looking at this as potentially a very neat idea for the state of New Jersey to create a program within the SRF. And maybe this is where you go for, somebody under Andrew's group, as an opportunity to promote a way for all of the CSO communities in our state, and I don't know that we're unique or not to other states out there, but a lot of our CSO communities are located up and around New York Harbor. They're predominantly very old urban communities of color and environmental justice, and they don't have a lot of cash to be paying for stormwater mitigation projects where you're not really collecting fees off of. So we're looking at the creation of stormwater utilities, et cetera. But at the end of the day, it still comes back that the people in the community, in these disadvantaged communities, are going to be the ones responsible for paying for these projects. And now all of a sudden you create this stormwater volume credit trading platform where you're going to look to redevelopers. And look, at the end of the day, whether it's roads or plazas or buildings, whatever, most of the impermeable surfaces in our cities are private landowners, right? So those are the people that are causing the flooding problems. Those are the people that should be paying for the mitigation. So when we do redevelopment, you can do a lot of things. You can do taxes like they do in Philadelphia, right? Or you can create a program like this, which is a little bit less obtrusive, doesn't have the tax on it, right? And you create this program that says, look, if you're going to do any redevelopment at all, here's your envelope, here's your required on-site retainage, here's what you can buy off-site. It's got to be in your county or your watershed. And we're going to have an administrator that's going to manage and price opportunities in these more disadvantaged communities to be the cheapest way for you to buy that off-site coverage, right? So I've got a lot of interest, and I got a lot of interest at our DEP to move forward with this. And again, so I'm suggesting to Ted and Craig that one of the options might be to really look at opportunities like in New Jersey and say, hey, we want to focus on SRFs. We think this would be a really cool way to help the SRFs promote CSO coverage and distribute those costs away from the folks that are, they bear the brunt of not only the cost, but also the impact, right? The flooding and the lost wages, the disruptions, et cetera. So enough from me, just an idea.
So Joanne, if I could just respond.
Please.
Which is to say, I really, David, thank you. I enjoyed our conversation. And one of the things that really excites me about David's vision here is that when we've seen innovation in this space, it tends to be highly localized. And so you're talking about a very, very small market, and which means you're not getting institutional capital involved. You're not getting sort of the conditions by which you're going to see a lot of business activity on the supply side of the market. And when you have an SRF or a statewide actor that's sort of setting the rules, performing all the market administration activities, increasing the potential geographic scope of how this works and ensuring that those rules are enforced on a consistent statewide basis, you start to have a real market. You start to have something that can actually function in the way that it's intended to function, instead of being sort of a curious fascination or so for like a few select people within a very small geographic area. And I think that's sort of the objective that we were hoping to get to with this charge, is creating the conditions by which a market can really get to the scale of the need, service the scale of the need.
And Craig, just to follow up on that, I don't know that we've ever done this before or that it would make sense, but depending on how this plays out for you and Ted and this board, I may actually like to volunteer New Jersey as in real time guinea pig for the development of this charge, right? So as you go along, and obviously if this happens, I certainly want to be on the group with you guys. But you would have somebody that was looking to do it right when you're looking at these policies and asking questions, and you would be sitting there asking us, like, how does this work? And I'd certainly be telling you, here's the hurdles that we have with it, or here's what works. So just to kind of keep that in mind.
That'd be amazing. And I think Heather and Rachel would be absolutely thrilled to have sort of a real-time client, so to speak.
Yeah, let's not call New Jersey the guinea pig, please. But we just say proof of concept or our case study. That sounds wonderful, David. Thanks for your efforts on this part. So I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Let me give a moment. George Kelly, go ahead.
Craig, thanks for really advancing the effort here. And I think there's a couple things that come out of what you just said, one of which is the terminology trading, and we talked a little bit about this, may not be right. This offsite water management approach is one that is really better suited. Am I still on? I'm seeing blanks.
Yep.
We can hear you fine, George.
Okay. And so getting away from the idea of trading, I think is an important issue. The other thing you mentioned, and this is the thing I wrestle most with this charge, is the really local nuanced dynamics of what we're talking about, whether it's MS4, whether it's CSO, whether it's SSO, or whether it's, otherwise. And what I see, and I'm involved with helping draft stormwater trading initiatives in California, in Arkansas, Louisiana, and in the Maryland region. And what you see is that local dynamic being so specific that it's hard to come up with these kind of generic approaches. And I think you mentioned this, Craig, like, what value can we really add? So then that leads us to how did we get here? And I think it all started with this stormwater funding report that EFAB already had done. And there was a chapter in that report that said, this is a tool to get us to a more cost-effective approach, and it's a flexible mechanism to do so. And this is where I like the evolution that David's taken us to, which is doing it in an SRF context, but I still come back to the charge and whether it could be one size fits all. So I have a hard time with it, with being having a generic charge, and I'm more inclined to focus on how can we get stormwater embedded into additional funding sources like an SRF and use flexible mechanisms to do so. So my 2 cents on that.
Thanks, George. And one thing that Heather and Rachel mentioned, this was part of our conversation with them, was precisely what you're talking about, sort of the peculiarities of these markets developing in the local context, and that everyone is speaking a different language. So, one of the things that EPA can do here is play a leadership role in standardizing the terminology around these things, even if the local conditions are different place to place, and how the markets get rolled out is slightly different place to place. There could be some standardization around how this looks within a regulatory context, the types of language that we use to describe these things, all the things that I think investors and project developers would need to be able to more cost effectively understand, get up to speed on a market, understand it, and potentially invest into it. So, so I'm happy that the EPA, at least in our initial conversation, was sort of seeing it sort of the same way that we were, and I think you're describing. Even if, like I said, when markets get implemented, might have some very locally specific conditions. The other thing that was a very, very clearly communicated to us is we have to come up with ways to make this distinct. I mentioned this in my opening remarks, from water quality trading and from 404 mitigation activities, because they're different. And MS4 permits, unless there's a TMDL associated with them, aren't operating off of effluent limits. So it's not water quality trading. And just making sure that everyone understands what those distinctions are once they enter into a dialogue with their state regulator or with a regional office to develop these things, that again, we're all starting from a baseline of understanding.
And George, while it's not one size fits all, there's still local and state regulators, like, they're risk averse, like most public agency folks. And a little guidance from EPA and some statements and clarity on what is and isn't in this world gives them some cover from allowing some locally specific programs that are maybe a little bit more innovative and have a little bit more risk from a regulation standpoint would help.
So, Craig, I am not seeing any more hands raised, and I know we saved plenty of time for this discussion, but I think we've covered, unless any of the work group members want to add any comments at this time. All right, seeing none, can we just talk about next steps, the potential for next steps? You're waiting to hear from EPA, and that should be sometime this spring, yes?
Yes, so I don't know if this happened already or is going to happen over the coming weeks, but there's going to be a conversation with Andrew Sawyers just to kind of get a sense of sort of approval and process on being able to start to put a compendium of information together that would support this work, which again was planned by EPA anyway, so that it was good timing on our part. And then we will follow up with Heather and Rachel, who are likely to be our clients, to get a further refinement of the charge. They did send us prior to this meeting written edits directly to the charge document, but because the timing of when we received those edits, which was I think yesterday or Friday, we didn't feel that it was appropriate, without having a conversation with them, to send them off to the full board at this time. So for those that want to still be part of this charge, just shoot Ted and I a note, and I'll work with Tara to figure out what we can communicate directly from EPA as information comes in, and start to put a process together for further refinement.
Yeah, and I just want to thank David Zimmer again. I may tease him, but he really stepped up. He's on OZ, that work group, and offering to be our so-called guinea pig for this project. And I think that's a wonderful opportunity. So thanks, David, for always being there. Appreciate that. Thank you for your leadership, gentlemen, and for everyone who's on that work group. What I'm wondering, since we're ahead of schedule, nothing saying we can't end early. If we're ahead of schedule, that's okay. But I'm going to check in with Chris Meister. Would you be able to start the conversation? Chris, you're ready? All right, so we are
ready. Yeah, before we move forward, I just wanted to let you know that we have an additional person now for the public comment period. So we'll need some extra time back then. And the other comment that I have is about what Craig offered in terms of the observations about the board generated charges. I think this is exactly how it was envisioned to work. That at the very least, Craig and Ted, you were able to find out what EPA was doing. So I think this is, to me, a positive step forward. So I do not want anyone to think that the idea of your generated ideas are not a good way forward. I do think it's still worthwhile, and I hope you'll all agree. And I think offline, Eric Rothstein also asked about the affordability work. Remember, there was another charge that is tabled right now because of the transition, and we're trying to get more of an assessment of how Office of Water is dealing with the affordability issue. So there's a couple of other, these two ideas are still floating around, and I think it's a matter of finding the right time, as opposed to there not being really good projects for EFAB to work on. So just wanted to provide that feedback.
Yeah, and Ed, as a follow-up to that, if we think about all the people on this call, the experts, they know this is their areas. They know what's happening out in the states in the field, and bringing that to EPA, like you're saying, by proposing these charges is just such an important aspect of this board. Coupled with that, really engaging, like we did on the stormwater work group, engaging other experts as needed to support these work groups. Just excellent opportunity to really get all aspects of the issue covered. So thanks. I'm going to move to Chris Meister. We're going to cover the environmental risk and cost of capital work group. You have an amazing topic as well, and a few great co-chairs with you. So why don't you take it away and lead us, Chris?
Great. Thank you very much, Joanne. Thanks, Ed. And I also want to thank Ted Chapman and Janet Beecher. And again, underscore both last group's experiences highlighted by Craig, and Joanne and Ed's comments about EFAB generated charges. It is an understatement to say that the environmental risk and cost of capital topic is developing. And this again was a EFAB generated charge. And despite our desire to stay ahead of the developments and get you some additional materials in advance, it is clear that rapidly moving developments are outpacing our efforts. And I think this speaks to both the urgency of the topic and the priority that federal policymakers, the administration and Congress, as well as the private sector, as I think we've heard earlier today, have placed on this comment. We want to thank Joanne and Ed for your patience, and also thank Jan Beecher, our co-chair, who first put this idea on EFAB's agenda. And again, any number of you, our colleagues here on EFAB, participated on March the 30th in a virtual meeting in an attempt to refine this. So as we begin, I want to put a couple of quotes into the record. The first from last week, Secretary Yellen discussed the importance of using all of the tools at our disposal, including the tax code, to drive toward net zero emissions. This was a readout from Secretary Yellen and her deputy, Etta Yamo, at a meeting of environmental organizations on corporate tax reform just last week on April the 16th. And of course, one of my favorite quotes on this from January the 20th, from January 2020, I believe that we are on the edge of a fundamental reshaping of finance in the near future, and sooner than most anticipate, there will be a significant reallocation of capital. And that's from Larry Fink, the chair and CEO of BlackRock, a year ago, January. The science and the reality is clear. Climate change is causing more extreme weather events and more often. In the investor community, particularly as we've heard earlier today, including the insurance industry and rating agencies, have already clearly recognized this. The relationship among mitigation, adaptation, environmental justice, sustainability, and good inclusive jobs need to be integral under a national climate finance strategy and policy. And to these quotes, we can now add one from earlier today from Lech Kadili. What are the key forces or developments that we think might affect environmental finance over the next 20 years? And at this moment, this work group, we have neither a formal charge nor a formal client within US EPA, although it's been highlighted that those should be priorities. But I think that we do have the support of Joanne and Ed and the members, as well as the urgency of the moment and the topic. Ed has generously offered to connect the working group with career economists within US EPA to help further develop this broad topic into a charge. But we do sort of along the lines of our standard operating procedures for the newer members. The EFAB, as part of our charge, provides ideas and advice to the EPA administrator and program offices on ways to lower costs and increase investment in environmental and public health protection. So the three of us, with our backgrounds, we just represent a couple of the necessary sectors. I think that we've basically state-based regulation of utility markets and capital markets that will be necessary to more fully develop this charge, and more importantly, into ideas that the US EPA administrator or other offices within EPA can use. And specifically how to address the challenge of our time, how to effectively use finance to combat, mitigate, and adapt to climate change. And all of you, the collective EFAB members, have much greater depth and breadth of experience. But as has been pointed out, one of the challenges of this topic is the sheer volume of information and the various disciplines that are involved. And so just quickly, we distributed, I think in my comments, I thought it was 3, it turned out to be 5 articles. Yesterday, US Treasury released an announcement that it was going to be creating a US Treasury climate hub and appointing a climate counselor. And of course, Treasury is important because that's how That's how a lot of US EPA's programs and products are paid for. There's also a Bloomberg article. Ed also shared a couple of EE News that sort of telegraph what may be announced by the president and his top advisors later on this week, as soon as Thursday. Earlier, it was mentioned that the president's domestic spending plan was released on April the 9th. We did a word search on that. Out of 58 pages, the word climate was mentioned 146 times. And then finally, also particularly relevant and timely, is the National Intelligence Council's Global Trends for 2040, which also really highlights a lot of these ideas. So these are big ideas, they're broad ideas, and our challenge, as has been pointed out, for an EFAB generated charge is how to reduce these ideas to something clear, brief, relevant, and solid, useful, so it will be useful to the administrator and his colleagues. But we do want to highlight some history. I think leadership in climate and environmental finance is in the DNA of US EPA. In connection with some past work, we've reviewed some past EFAB reports, even going back to EFAB's creation decades ago. And we're not going to go into that. I'll just tell you it exists for the newer members, and US EPA colleagues can sort of point you to the origin documents. But in building on some of the comments earlier today, US EPA has a decades-old record of achievement and leadership in the realm of using climate finance, from the state revolving funds to the WIFIA programs. And these are very successful tools. They increase water quality, they create jobs, they reduce the burden for taxpayers and ratepayers. And I think importantly for some of the earlier comments, through the revolving fund, US EPA is already in the business of counting things. And it's one of the reasons why state revolving funds translate so easily into green bond designation. And we believe that the record of innovation with respect to climate finance, I think in the moment, and the moment has been talked about earlier today, it really places this group and hopefully a charge that will be developed out of this in a unique situation to help federal policymakers, including the administrator. And in doing so, we really want to build on both the leadership of the private sector that has been discussed in some detail earlier in this meeting, but also we really want to highlight not just the Treasury information that we have highlighted, but also recognize the work that the Securities and Exchange Commission has been doing on this topic. And I think importantly, the Commodities Future Trading Commission, or CFTC, they worked through their own FACA and released a very lengthy document last fall. So what we want to do is put some of these big ideas to you, to US EPA, and then work with all of you, turn it over to a discussion. And now I turn it over to you, Ted.
Chris, thank you. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes, Ted.
So, I mean, you heard Chris refer to BlackRock, you heard Lex speak to how previous EPA strategic plans assumed, I think very rightly, that there are, among future risks and opportunities, I mean, certainly climate change, sea level rise, storm surges, water scarcity. I'm not going to read those bullet points to you again. We saw them this morning. But I guess the point that I want to try and hammer home is it's not a trend. If you look at it from the private sector, from the investor community standpoint, this is already embedded into what the financial community does and has been doing for probably more than a decade. If you were to tally, I just looked up some numbers this morning to make sure I had current numbers. If you were to tally all the assets under management, like add up mutual funds, ETFs, in 2020, sustainable related investments, that exceeded $1 trillion for the first time ever. Green bonds have nearly doubled in issuance every year for each of the last 5 years. Could climb to over $700 billion this year. And George pointed out this morning, it's not just a fad. big financial institution in France, BNP Paribas, did a survey last year. 78% of asset managers globally think that environmental, social, and governance as a strategy, it's becoming integral to what they do. So you're probably thinking, all right, fine, fair, you've hit me over the head with a bunch of statistics, Ted. Sounds you're kind of, maybe you're looking at the world through green-colored lenses. So let me connect some dots really quickly. I think by any measure, the investor community would look at it and say, demand for green bonds is far outstripping supply. There's an NGO called the Climate Bonds Initiative, March 2021, so about a month ago, did a look back of those fixed income investments that have already been issued. Those bonds on average were more than 4 times oversubscribed. So that's what they call a greenium, a premium, if you will, a green premium. Those bonds ended up with a higher price, lower yield compared to plain vanilla bonds. That's good from a bond issuer's point of view, generally speaking. So if you're somebody who accesses the credit markets, the rating agencies, they've all revised their analytic approaches to incorporate environmental, social, and governance broadly, climate change in specific, and trying to identify risks and opportunities. Actually, all the rating agencies are now required by their regulators to disclose if environmental, social, or governance factors were drivers of a bond rating change. So if you, again, go back to this morning's slides, the key foresight question, it asked, well, what could go wrong? What could get worse? Climate change. I mean, I can tell you from at least my observations, when you talk about risks and opportunities, it's pretty much all just risks. And I think for the most part, partially addressed or maybe even completely unaddressed. And so bringing it back home, other than maybe the Corps of Engineers, probably the EPA. I mean, I think between the SRFs, I mean, the SRFs have a multi-decades track record of success. And then you add in WIFIA, EPA is one of the biggest investors in infrastructure in local communities. So as I'm going to hand it off to Jan right now, just let me leave you with this. Think about this as sort of an alternative viewpoint. Like, let's say that you personally don't agree with the current administration's emphasis on climate risk management or EJ, EFAB's marching orders. I'm just reading off the website, lowering the cost of environmental protection, removing financial and programmatic barriers that raise costs. If you could lower the cost of capital for those communities, I would argue, why wouldn't you? So you throw out the policy stuff, focus on the financial stuff even. I think there's tremendous number of good reasons to think strongly about refining and adopting this charge. And I'm going to hand it off to Jan.
Well, thanks. Nice thing about working with these two is, you know, you don't really have to say much more, right? They pretty much covered the bases. So I'll just wrap it up. Just to reemphasize, we don't have a client, so we're in search of one. And we think Ed's idea of having us meet with some of the EPA economists that focus on these issues would be really, really beneficial. And, you know, and it's one of those weird things where economists and finance people don't always compare notes. And yet that itself, I think, does present some interesting opportunities to build perspective. One thing we need to think about is with all of these charges is, you know, thinking ahead, what would be the output and what's our desired outcome? Ted just kind of hit on it, right? We're hoping to, as with all charges, to live up to our promise to EPA as a board, and EPA's promise, you know, to the American citizenry, you know, environmental and public health protection. So those are our ultimate outcomes. So what could we produce? We could maybe gather resources, as we've already started doing that. We almost have to curate them. There's so much out there. We could write a report. We could hold a workshop, something like that. I keep coming back to the possibility of tools, recommendations for possible tools like, you know, meaningful reporting and disclosure requirements, incorporating some of the, you know, the risk assessment and assessment of mitigation opportunities, you know, into processes, whether it's a financial approval process or a review process or an project evaluation process, other kinds of permitting. You know, how can this be really integrated along with our considerations of justice and other issues? You know, that we have to keep pushing to be integrative in our thinking. But are there evaluation tools, decision-making tools, community engagement tools that could be offered up around this that maybe we could help frame out a little bit or identify cases where some of this is being done more successfully? There seems to be a real need to sort of synchronize and harmonize. There's a lot out there, as has been said, but is it in sync? You know, are different federal agencies looking at this similarly or differently? How do they sync up with state agencies, for example? And then how does public policy sync up with the non-public or the private sector policies and developments out there in terms of, as we've said, the investment community and the insurance folks and other interested parties, standard setting agencies, code setting organizations, and so on, professional organizations. How does this sync up with what they're doing? Where are the gaps? Where are the opportunities to maybe close some of those gaps? So what, you know, some of the things we thought we could potentially do is, again, look at the research, review some of the research and the literature on what these risks look like. And as Ted said, what does this really mean for the cost of capital? Why does this matter when we're talking about entering into this massive infrastructure investment phase? And what does it mean for the combinations of public and private capital that we bring to this? I think we've got to get past this dichotomization. And some of my work recently has been on the need for hybrid solutions. You know, I don't think it's user fees versus taxes or public versus private funding. I think it's all of the above. It's just a matter of how we do it well and having our eyes open as to the the implications. I mean, I think we have to be more honest. We start off the conversation as Chris and Ted and I were comparing notes. Like, there's something wrong when your 100-year events seem to happen. They're happening rather often. Like we all should just experience one, and that's just not the case. So we have to start being more honest about the reality and the implications for cost. How do we incorporate criteria for thinking about environmental risk? In our decision making, and then ultimately, what we kept coming back to in our conversations is how these issues around environmental finance are so now intimately connected, and in ways they always should have been, but to climate action and climate justice, and so how can we be really forward looking in ways that have ways to have conversations around these issues and actually take steps to provide meaningful response, and in some cases meaningful remedies for communities that have been disadvantaged. So I'm losing my voice. So with that, I will stop there and toss it back to Joanne who's in my upper square to take it away. Thanks, Joanne.
Okay, thanks, Jan. Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Chris. This has been a wonderful conversation between the three of you, but I want to check with your other members before I open it up to everyone else. Any other comments from the work group members they want to make? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to open it up for discussion and comment. Go ahead and please raise your hand. That was a lot of great information. So I'm sure, well, let's start off with Brent. I'm sure we're going to have some good feedback. Go ahead, Brent, and then we'll go to Craig.
At the risk of saying, let's go eat the elephant right away, which would be my typical approach. One, congratulations for taking on a timely project and a huge one. And I think this is a topic that deserves clearly some refinement. So I'll just share some thoughts to think about. I mean, one is and it's really a question for the group, how are you defining environmental risk? Is this defined in technical terms? Is it defined in financial terms? How are we doing that? Because I think it's a nebulous term, and I think we need to get our arms around that if we're going to refine the charge. And I think related to that are two issues. Again, just throwing some thoughts out here. One is the perception of environmental risk versus its reality. And I think that there are a lot of people that understand a lot of this, but to significant portions of the market, we speak a foreign language, I believe. And so how do we get that vernacular defined? I think you got a lot of different topics to go from. We've talked about climate change. I think it's important to probably pick one, pick a bellwether, area of interest and work on that. And then I guess the last one is, and it goes a little bit to what Jan was talking about, but what's the desired outcome? What's our kind of measured endpoint on this? And probably related to that is, as the charge comes together, I think we got to separate maybe the outcome and the tools from the benefits, right? I mean, the benefits could be environmental benefits, they could be EJ benefits. There's a variety of different kind of things. So I think we need to be really tight on, first of all, what are we talking about when we're talking environmental risk? And then, how are we going to get out of it? And I'm happy to participate in this. I think it's a great topic. And one where there's a lot of opportunity for us.
Thank you, Brent. Craig?
Thanks. As usual, Brent touched on a lot of the things that I was going to say. You guys have really taken on an interesting topic here. This is perhaps maybe a question for Ed and Joanne. There are various agencies within the federal government now that are looking into ways to incentivize pre-disaster mitigation and resilience activities. And EPA, in my opinion, if they're not already, should be at the forefront of some of those conversations. Regulatory activities directly influence what investments are made at the local level that could, support or potentially hinder future resilience spending and investment in communities. And I wonder if that's sort of like I don't know if it's a subset of the charge or just something that maybe we should do to understand how to refine the charge is to facilitate a conversation with some of those agencies like FEMA and HUD and, understand precisely what they're thinking, how they're restructuring these programs, what type of budgetary support they're expecting, particularly coming out of some of the, the conversations around the infrastructure package. So I would just encourage, as you're developing this chart, to figure out a way to incorporate some of that thinking into it. And then maybe, since this is such a big topic, it's a way for EFAB, I don't know if we've done this in the past, but to have a charge that, promotes some interagency cooperation. So that's one. The second piece is there are a tremendous amount of folks and a lot of energy in the technology space looking at ways to quantify the economic impacts of future climate risk and directly selling that economic data. And it's scientific data that then translates to economic data to probably to you, Ted, to S&P and to insurance companies and to, banks that own a lot of real assets and really want to understand what their risk exposure is. So, just another area that may be ripe for examination because, in our conversation with Lek about markets and about sort of the federal government wanting to move towards a, purchasing of an outcomes model, you need that data to be able to understand what the outcomes are that you're purchasing. So figuring out ways to connect some of that research and software packages that are being developed back to federal purchasing guidelines and setting of outcomes and performance-based contracting just could be another interesting area of inquiry. So just my 2 cents.
Okay, Ed, I had a comment back to Craig, but did you want to address his question first, or you want me to go ahead?
Why don't you go ahead and I'll add something to that as well.
And I wanted to respond to Craig as well.
Oh,
why don't we wait?
Dan, why don't you go ahead and respond to Craig as a coach?
Just quickly, thanks so much. But I guess I would add that I would not like to think of this as disaster oriented. I think this is about fundamental changes that are happening to infrastructure, that are being affected, by these risks. But that, it's not always a disaster, but it is, in other words, risk of maintaining reliable, we didn't use the term resilience, which is always you're required to say that at least 10 times in a meeting. But so, we didn't say that, but so I think of it more as managing, again, in this more volatile, physically volatile environment and how does that actually affect what you build and how you build it and where you build it and what choices you make, and then what are you willing to finance? You see what I mean? So, but I agree with you though 100% that backdrop is very, very important, the disaster part, but I just wouldn't want to say, oh, we're doing another disaster study. Does that make sense to people? Do others agree?
Yeah, and that wasn't my intent, because I think a lot of those programs, the intention of those programs is to make investments in communities so that when disasters do strike, those communities are more resilient and can weather those disasters more effectively. All within the backdrop, now that we're able to talk about it, of climate change. So, yeah, we're in violent agreement.
Yeah, and Craig, we actually ran into that same discussion when we did the pre-disaster resilience project a couple of iterations ago. We were worried about scope creep and, stepping on toes of FEMA or the Corps, et cetera. So, I appreciate and respect that point completely.
And I was going to address, Craig, your point about interagency cooperation. And, from everything I've read in the papers, this administration is trying very hard to coordinate, probably better than may have been done in the past, between agencies. And that effort is just monumental. It's very difficult, but to the extent that so much of climate change activities cross-cutting among the various agencies, you make an excellent point that, it's although EPA may be leading this particular area we're talking about, there is overlap between the other agencies. So could that be, I'm not making any decisions, I'm throwing it out there, something that could be part of this, as Jan and Ted mentioned the idea of what this could look like, maybe a charrettes process where you're pulling representatives from the agencies together to have a conversation first before, as this administration is really trying to understand the scope and breadth and priorities. Just something to think about that could be a really interesting dynamic conversation to be part of. And so you make some excellent points also about quantifying economic data, which I think would be just so useful. So Brent, did you still have your hand up, or is that a new question?
New hand, just
okay.
Just for purposes of clarity. So how is this group defining environmental risk? Because I'm not clear on that. I'm not sure we answered the question. Are we talking about the effect of environment and how that creates risks, or something else? I'm just trying to get some clarity around that term, because I think it's critical for how the direction of the charge goes.
Okay, I can take a quick, frankly, it's an important question, but I think that it's one that we have collective leeway and collective expertise to define and refine, because I think especially everything that we've seen since January, the word that keeps being used is climate risk, climate finance, combating climate change. And I think even on March the 30th, some of the discussion said, okay, gee guys, that's great. What are we really talking about? Mitigation? Are we talking about adaptation? What are we talking about? And I think turning back to Joanne's idea, because I mean, the stuff coming out of, or the proposals coming out of the US Treasury on this topic are very deep and wide ranging, and they will impact things like the US EPA domestic budget and what the appropriations are for the SRF capitalization grants, and how is WIFIA scored and things like that. And so the short answer is, Brent, we don't know. If we were closer to that answer, we would have presented it. But I think that's why we're grateful for Ed's suggestion about The Economist, sort of like Craig and his team's experience on the trading. Let's find out, let's go a little deeper and find out how US EPA is thinking about this, because we're probably going to learn some things that will then be very useful in sharpening the charge. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. And just here's where I was confused, I guess, is are we heading down maybe a more technical evaluation of environmental risk or a more financial one of environmental risk? And I think that's maybe something to keep in the back of your mind as you're having these discussions, which I think is a great idea.
Well,
yeah, we hadn't really, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Ted, you go.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, to Chris's point, Brent, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's not fully articulated and defined. I mean, we threw out some for instances as like, you know, initial kicking the tire talking points of like, well, okay, fine. So in 2018, the Water Infrastructure Act required most, not all utilities, except, you know, most except the very small, to do vulnerability self-assessments, emergency response planning. All that actually, it's my understanding that all that actually had to be submitted to EPA was that self-certification document. Like the plan itself stays with the local utility. SRF, to Chris's point, as does WIFIA. I mean, you know, every state's going to be a little bit different, but there are scoring tools that kind of help define and inform decisions on who makes the cut this year and who might have to, come back next year. Maybe there's kind of the carrot and stick in there of, well, is this like, you know, specifically adaptation mitigation oriented? Well, what do you mean? Well, we would let the community maybe decide what that means. I mean, there's a variety of ways to go. We had not gone as far as solutioning yet. And that's why we're pitching it, is because, I mean, you can see this needs a whole lot of incubation so that we can further articulate it. But we feel conceptually that it was very worth pursuing, and that there's a fever pitch around the topic in general. It's just the right time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to add on to that, just, and I think maybe Jim McGaugh of Indiana had the same experience that we did in Illinois over the last 2 years. Going back to Ted's point about these disaster reports, and again, our own Tara Johnson, she told me that earlier in her career, she was involved with developing and tracking and obtaining those. But that's an example of US EPA already being in the business of counting things. And when US EPA is counting things plus giving money to the people who need to count the things, that becomes very valuable once you approach the capital markets, because it starts to address some of the investment community comments that came out. And I will tell you, from being a veteran of 2 green designated SRF bonds, we saw much better pricing that translates it directly into a lower cost of water quality for Illinois ratepayers and taxpayers.
And I'll draw your attention to the chat, the group chat, where Eric is bringing up the idea of engaging representatives from the insurance industry. And I was thinking the same thing. I had Lindeen Patton, our former EFAB members, you know, push for the connection back to insurance industry in my head. So I think, Eric, that's a great thought and great comment. I want to go to.
It is something that we definitely have talked about, and it is in our description. So we're looking for all financial institutions that may, you know, intersect with this space, because we, in some ways, I mean, I really am so glad he brought it up, because we did kind of say it very quickly here, but absolutely, we're talking about, you know, different financial markets and instruments, different, you know, rating agencies, anybody who's evaluating products or offering products or whatever, what's going on there and how could that potentially inform us. But I think the insurance angle is extremely important here, because again, it goes back to, you know, how are those, they tend to be ahead. These other non-public institutions tend to be ahead of the curve. So we need to catch up a little bit. But thank you, Eric, for bringing that up.
Yep, absolutely. Cynthia.
Thanks. I want to really thank Jan and Chris and Ted for raising this. I agree. One of you said that there's a fever pitch around this topic and it's worth pursuing. And I really want to give my vote to that. I think that's exactly right. The conversation so far has been, at least for me, at a fairly high level, and I'm struggling a little bit to get my brain around, where do you really see this going from an operational, sort of the work on the ground, because there's so many, as we've been talking about, so many different ways to get to this. So I'm wondering, going back to a point that Jan made earlier, that, it's really about, and again, I think we get back to local governments for the most part, that really are responsible for 95% of the spending in this space. This risk of maintaining resilient infrastructure and what you build and how you build it and what you're willing to finance. And so I'm just wondering, where are you seeing this go? Is that the direction you're really seeing this go? Is this conversation around where and what you build and how to fund it? Or is it something broader? And I agree, you want to be bringing in financial institutions. I think Eric's point about insurance companies is exactly right. But the topic is feeling so big to me right now that I'm just struggling with what the work would be and what you're really looking to do with it.
Yeah, I guess to help narrow it down a little bit, ultimately what we would do, the end result with any project, and Joanne and Ed will probably correct me because I won't speak it correctly, but you want to maybe provide recommendations or feedback that could potentially be actionable items for EPA. So we have to kind of stick within the wheelhouse. So what is it that EPA does, and how can we as EFAB members, sticking to our mission as board members, what can we do? Whether it's a sort of a report or kind of just a brief discussion. And we've actually done some of those in recent iterations of meetings of like the one-day discussions that I thought was at the Backhaul, Alaska, Joanne, that was really good.
Right.
But there's a number of ways that we can provide that to EPA, but it ultimately would be based on what would be actionable, what could EPA do based on our collective feedback, input, and expertise. What do we think that they could be doing that would accomplish this mission?
You said it.
Yeah,
right.
so I'm trying to click it down like one level from that. I think we are right. But what does that mean? Because I think that's what I'm struggling with. So that's obvious. That's what we do. But given the hugeness of the topic, like I'm just looking for something that's a little bit more concrete and more operational in terms of, like I say, is this really about what we want to be seeing folks invest, not what we want, but where we think the opportunities to invest are and how to do that? Or it just feels, I think I'm just struggling with how big that is. Obviously we want to get EPA to something actionable. It's just which direction are you really thinking about going to get there is what I'm struggling with.
So Cynthia, if I could just follow up on that.
Okay.
Sometimes in the past, we have had charges that really are potentially, they start out way too big, right? And by the time the work group really gets to diving in, it takes so long. It's over a year process because the task is so big before them. And your points are excellent that we really need to have a good understanding of what we are working on, where we are moving forward, and how we could support EPA in this effort. And so that is an initial conversation we need to have. There's a lot more work that needs to be done here. And this is a broad topic, as you're saying, but what I'm wondering, it sounds like from the conversation we've been having, there still is support from this group to continue this work group and coordinate conversations with EPA, as Ed suggested, maybe with meeting with the economists, other people. I'd like to see that we're still on board with supporting this. Could you give me a thumbs up if you're supporting our conversations?
Joanne, let me just add a kind of a context around this, is that I agree with Cynthia as well. I think Ted, Jan, and Chris also mentioned this as well. This is a big topic. I don't know if it's elephant size. It's actually elephants sound too small for this topic. Anyway, To me, you remember the administration has not even had 100 days in the office. I think today is like the 90th day or something like that. And there's been a flurry of activities, and I asked Tara to send everyone the executive order on tackling climate crisis at home and abroad, which really outlines sort of the infrastructure that the president wants us to build in the federal government to deal with the climate crisis, where it gets at a lot of the interagency interactions. You'll also note in the executive order, there is now a new White House office on domestic climate policy. So there is a lot of activity that's going to go on in the federal government in coming days and months and years, as well as at EPA. But the reason that I mentioned the 90 days is that it's all new to us as well right now. So the question for the board the question that I would tee up, Joanne, is how would you like to continue to kind of engage with the agency to continue to refine this? Right. And I think there's a couple of practical kind of the past ideas like Ted just suggested, which is you have this kind of a charrette type or kind of this engagement, day-long engagement. We can have expert panels, both agency and outside folks come in, so that there is sort of a narrowing of what you want to accomplish. And I raise this not just because the issue is big, but remember, all of you I always really appreciate all of you because you're spending your extra curricular time with us. And so the idea here is that we want to make sure that you produce a product or advice that is something that agency could take action, and it will result in tangible policy changes or promoting of certain financial mechanism or whatever it is that you would like us to do and advise the agency. But to get to that, I think this right now, it requires, I think, some time for the agency also to understand what we're going to do, which means that it probably will have to be an iterative kind of a process moving forward. Because I don't think anyone, even in the agency right now, as far as, sort of the people that I'm working with in the agency could tell you specifically where we might be investing in resources, because all the monies, for instance, are new. If there's going to be any new money, so that would involve expansion of programs or additional programs and so on. So I think there's a lot that is still uncertain, even at EPA and in the federal government. I mean, if you look at the agencies that are now involved, I mean, they're very, very agencies that may not have been involved, 8-10 years ago as much, are going to get much more engaged in the climate crisis work. So my recommendation is that, we have a process that you might want to consider that gets at this iterative kind of narrowing down to get to Cynthia's point about what are the tangible things. And that also doesn't mean one or two in my mind, Joanne, because it could be that you have several work groups working on various different things, whether it's by media or is it a technical tools versus a policy engagement. I think there could be a lot of the opportunities, as you guys are recognizing. There's a lot of opportunity here for the EFAB to be engaged in, but I think it's really important at this point to kind of have an understanding of where the agency and the federal government is heading, as well as the expertise that you bring and figuring out how to get to that. I'm not sure that it could be done at this meeting or even at the next meeting, because it is still evolving very quickly. And one final thought is that tomorrow, Phil Fine and Al McGarland, as well as David Bloom, will be joining us. You may want to ask questions of them, whether or not they have what the priorities are that they're setting, because those two are the offices. One is the budget side, but the other is the policy office, who are going to be much more engaged on how to implement the executive orders. So they may have some insights about where they're headed, but I suspect that it's still very early on in the process for everyone, not just for EFAB.
I would agree with all that you said, Ed, and I do think there's enough interest, and this is such an important topic. And we have a good working group put together here to continue the conversations. So if people can just either, I'm looking at all of you in the gallery view, just nod your head. If you really are opposed, put it in the chat but we're just going to continue this conversation. As Ed said, this is very important as we work with the agency to better define what it will look like. I am asking for this group to carry on and to keep coordinating with the agency. Yes? All right. Thank you.
And Joanne, we'll continue to provide support to the chairs as well as whoever they want to bring onto the work group. And, my offer of connecting with the economists is really offered to connect with Al and Phil's group in the Office of Policy, so that as they develop their strategy on how the agency is going to implement the executive orders, that they can provide some feedback about the interest from this work group, from this board, as well as where the agency's headed.
Well, and I also think there was a lot of documents mentioned already in this conversation. And I'm wondering if we could start, I hate to do this to Tara, maybe Andrew could take it on, but start collecting some of those documents. And so we could have them accessible for the board to fully read. I mean, some of them we've read, some of them we're just hearing about. So that could be a follow-up task for the next call. I think would be very useful for everybody to become up to speed on this issue. So with that, I'm not seeing any more hands up, and I think this was a very good conversation. So far, this day has gone according to plan. It's just been a wonderful process. Ed, I think we are a little ahead of time, and we could open up to public comment unless you had something else you wanted to add.
I do not have anything to add, and I always favor giving people time back, particularly in a virtual world. I noticed that several of you are standing up, and I am envious because I've been sitting all day. So I think we have 5 commenters who've signed up, but because we're early, I just asked Tara to look down the list of who's already online. And I believe Sekobi Wilson, I hope I did not butcher your name there, from University of Maryland is on, and we will provide you, if you could just state your name, your interest in the EFAB, and then offer your comments, and I will start my 3-minute timer when you start your comment.
Okay, cool, thank you. My name is Dr. Sekobi Wilson. I'm an associate professor at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'm here to talk to EFAB about a few issues that concern me. I am also on the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, so it's another FACA for EPA. So I'll be providing some comments really to NEJAC as well. So why I'm here is to really talk about some of the issues around environmental justice, and hoping that this FACA has a major focus on that topic. As we know from the research, many communities of color and low wealth communities are overburdened by environmental hazards, local land uses, but they also, in many cases, have limited access to what we call health promoting infrastructure. I think it's really important to note that many communities of color, whether it be in urban areas or rural areas, some do not have access to publicly regulated sewer and water infrastructure or poor sewer and water infrastructure. You can go from Flint, you can look at colonials at the borders, you can look at our migrant workers, right? You can look at the other communities. And for example, in Alabama, I do work in Uniontown. They spray their human waste, their liquid waste on the ground in Uniontown, Alabama. They've had problems getting updating the sewer and water infrastructure. So I think that infrastructure issue is a big issue. So if you think about, your job and where we are with this new administration with Justice 40, how are you focused on Justice 40? How are you thinking about environmental justice and equity as relates to Justice 40? And I talked about sewer and water infrastructure, but how are you looking at infrastructure in general? So investments in stormwater infrastructure, as we know, because of impervious surfaces, stormwater is a big issue, which leads to sewage backups. That's a big deal in Baltimore. You have an issue when it comes to climate resilient infrastructure. How are you engaged in finance for climate resilient infrastructure? Also cyber infrastructure. Many rural communities have limited access to Wi-Fi. Many urban communities have limited access to Wi-Fi. You can go to the American Society of Civil Engineers report about our infrastructure in this country. We get, D's and F's in many categories, right? So how are you looking at those issues from a justice and equity focus? And also, how's this group providing feedback to the EPA on how to track where the dollars are going? Justice 40 talks a lot about benefits, but for me, it's important to know where the dollars are going. So think about every part of the EPA as an investment in improving public health and environmental protection. So Clean Water 319, funds, brownfields funds, right? You have different funds that can be used to invest in these communities. In many cases, think about the cumulative, so the impact over time of divestment, disinvestment when it comes to municipal services, right? Differential access to municipal services is another big EJ issue. So what I'm asking this EFAB to do is provide advice to the EPA to integrate justice and equity more into the financial investments. And even, let me not forget, tax credits, y'all. I know you talk about opportunity zones. How those zones actually, are you tracking, providing feedback on how they actually benefit communities? Are we seeing the return on investments? Are we seeing improvement in infrastructure? Are we seeing improvements in economic development, workforce development, right? Are we seeing improvements in smart growth? And, think about new urbanism, right? Greater access to walkable livable communities. I think that's important. Renewable tax credits as well. I mean, are y'all talking about those issues and looking at, again, equity as it relates to electrification, as it relates to smart grids? So I know my time is probably up, but these are things that are important from an environmental justice framework. So I believe your advisory board to provide feedback to the EPA. And again, Justice 40 should be at the top of your agenda. How are we gonna make this work for communities of color, those who have been divested in, and also low wealth populations? So thank you.
Thank you, Zacoby. You ran over a little bit, but that was fast speaking, high baud rate for you there. Thank you. I appreciate your comment. We have Jerry Lee Bogard with the Grand Prairie Farming and Water is on the line now. Jerry Lee? You are muted.
There you go.
How about now?
Yo, we can hear you now. Why don't you introduce yourself, and when you start your comment, I'll start the timer, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the panel for letting me speak today. My name is Jerry Lee Bogard with Grand Prairie Farming and Water Company. I'm in Arkansas, and I'm a farmer in a farmer background, but at the same time, we've developed a system for groundwater preservation, nutrient reduction offsets, and carbon sequestration in ground. We applied for WIFIA 3 different times. We were turned down 3 different times, basically because we don't have a AAA bond rating, which is required of private entities. So in a pull-driven system, which is what we've created, you only get rewarded for success. Last year, a third-party publicly traded verifier verified that we preserved over 60,000 acre-feet of water within the Sparta Aquifer, which is a critical groundwater use designated area. And we took at the same time pollution from the surface water that we substituted for the groundwater, approximately 120,000 pounds of nitrates, phosphates, and about 5 times that amount of TSS. My point in this and explaining what we do is that I believe that a public-private partnership is required if we're going to tackle these big ticket items that we face today. From an environmental standpoint of view, if we're going to preserve the water, if we're going to clean up the surface water, privates can't do it by themselves. The public can't do it by itself. You don't own the assets. The privates do. And so when you consider these things, everybody, if you really think about how these public-private partnerships with the EPA, the USDA, other agencies that are directly involved in what we do, if you'll consider the fact that central role in solving these problems if they're going to get solved. And with that, I'll sign off. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you, sir.
David Zimmer actually has his hand up. David, do you have a comment?
Yes, Ed. Are we allowed to comment?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll answer the question if you have one.
Nope, I don't have a question. I actually have an idea, and I don't know how crazy or how far flung this is, but SRFs are allowed to guarantee loans.
Right.
So you may actually go to your SRF and say, I want to do a loan and I need it to be rated AAA rated with WIFIA. I don't want to borrow money from you. I want you to provide funds to me, to WIFIA, to guarantee this water resource loan of mine.
Yeah.
Mark Bennett is the.
Yeah, Mark Bennett, we know very well. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We know.
Jerry, I think we're having a little bit of a problem with the connection.
Well, so that was my idea, okay?
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Jerry, and thank you, David. And we will move on to our next commenter, Joseph Briefman. With you, are you on the line? Uh-oh, we have a technical difficulty.
Yeah, can we, I think Jerry's still talking, so can we mute Jerry? I don't think he can hear us.
He's been muted.
Thank you.
All right. So Joseph Briefman. Joseph, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Uh-oh. I have to say, this is not up my alley in terms of being able to fix this.
Is a program under the SRF.
Joanne, can you hear me?
No. So I think what we need to do is ask for submitted written comments because that's just not coming through.
Okay, so I think Jerry is off now. The contractor I see, I just got a note saying that they're trying to work this out. Joseph Briefman, are you on the line? Okay, it looks like there are no other commenters online, and they're trying to resolve some of the access issues. So what I would like to offer is that, because I don't want to be in a situation that we exclude any commenters who have signed up, what I'd like to suggest is take a quick 5-minute break, and then when we come back, if there are no commenters, then we will end the meeting, Joanne, for the day. But I don't want us to go now and have the commenters join us.
Yeah, I agree, Ed. Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Yes, 5 minutes. Thanks.
5 minutes. Okay, Joanne.
I'm here, Ed.
Yeah, so with Jerry, we sent him a follow-up note letting him know that we lost him, and he's welcome to submit written comments. And if he does, we will share them with you. And we have also contacted everyone else who signed up, and no other commenters came on. So if they contact us after we end our call today, Joanne, we will ask them to submit either written comments or try to show up tomorrow at tomorrow afternoon's commenting period. So I think with that, we can conclude our public comment period. Joanne, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you. So we're looking forward tomorrow to a really equally vibrant day, engaging a conversation. We're going to start off the day with the Chair's Corner. I want to bring some ideas to the group. This is the time. It's a little different. We haven't done this before, and I hope this is a regular standing process for future chairs. Just get a little time on the agenda to have a conversation. So please make sure you've had your coffee early and you are on board, ready to go. I'm looking forward to it because we also, after that, we're going to hear from the Environmental Finance Centers, always the highlight of an EFAB meeting. They were doing such great work, and we're really looking forward to that presentation. And bring your questions to them. I know based on today's conversation, they'll be wanting to hear back from you. So also we're talking about the new charges, some ideas of new charges coming forward, and some policy priorities. And we're going to get some feedback on past priorities and projects. So we've had a very good day. I appreciate everybody hanging in there and bringing your A game. So
Joanne, I do have an ask overnight for that last agenda topic. There is actually a table that's prepared. Tara prepared a nice table of not only your recommendations, but very specifically what EPA's actions have been and response. So if you could take a look at that, we can really shorten that section of the agenda and give you time back tomorrow. And so we'll go through them, but it'll mostly be, I'll be asking you if you wanted to comment on any responses. Otherwise, we will go through them very quickly. So if you could take a look at that overnight, that would be great.
Will do. And Ed, for those who are out there listening, it's probably one of the largest EFAB meetings we've had, that people are really engaged and want to be aware of what we're doing. And that's exciting that environmental finance has really gotten to the point where we have this many listeners, and that's exciting time. And thanks for your leadership, Ed. And again, thanks to Tara and the rest of the team from EPA to support our work. I'll let you close us out, Ed.
No, I'll just say thank you, and thank you, Joanne, and thank you to all of you for continuing to give your time to public service. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. for those of you in Honolulu.
All right. Bye, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Working two screens now. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the sound there. I was trying to mute him too.
That was weird. I mean, he was muted.
I've never seen that before.
No.
Well, there's the first time for everything, but at least it got taken care of quickly. So Ed seems happy.
Yeah.
So that's what's really important.
Cool, cool. All right.
That's not unusual in regards to the public commenters.
Okay.
Yeah, we had the same thing the last time.
Okay. So I'm emailing the 3 that we didn't connect with today and letting them know that they can join us tomorrow.
Okay.
Then I'll send a reminder about the ones tomorrow.
Okay. And I'll put it on my calendar to send them the information. What time is it tomorrow? I believe it's the
It's
same
2:50 tomorrow.
2:50. I'll send it to them probably by 12.
Okay.
If we have additional people, I can do that separately.
Okay. All right.
We had probably about 60 people registered during the course of the meeting.
Oh, good.
It felt like it was a lot, but probably because I was juggling.
That's
but no, I actually thought it went well.
Yeah, Ed seemed in the chat I was having with Ed and Andrew, his support person, they seemed quite happy with how things were going.